Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So, I straight up thought I was about to have to get a new fucking microphone, ladies and gentlemen. I was struggling. But as it turns out, I just had microphone access turned off. What type of setting is that? That's all I'm gonna say. What type of setting is that? Turning off my... I thought I was gonna have to scrap the whole set of episodes I have planned this week. I thought it was over. I thought, well, you know, and what's funny is I actually got a brand new phone, so you guys are gonna start seeing my faces in shorts again. And I was like, ugh, plug one hole, a new one opens. But turns out that there's a setting you can switch on Windows that's called microphone access, and I had that turned off for some reason. I was sweating, dude. I have a good microphone, and I was just, I was sweating. I was looking at my chain, like my wires, you know, pulled furniture back to look at my wires, say, is there something going on here? Is there something going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Did a set of gnomes potentially break into my house and cut the wires? You know, I was thinking like crazy shit. I was like, oh, dude, has somebody been in my house? You know? But as it turns out, ladies and gentlemen, it was just my foolishness. However, we've got a lot of news today. But the most important highlights is Venezuela becoming the 51st state. Get excited. Get excited for that. Yeah, we're gonna watch Trump talk about this shit because, what the heck? What the heckin' dog, dude? Like, why are we're gonna run Venezuela now, ladies and gentlemen. We are running Venezuela. Get excited. For all you America Firsters out there, I know you're cheering this on. But this is just absolutely a disgusting betrayal. Hey, what's up, Garage Boss 23? How are we doing today? But we're gonna get into that. I have no clue. Can you explain? So essentially what I'll be getting into it more with Trump's speech here in a moment, but essentially we've captured Maduro and we're going to be running Venezuela. That's all Donald Trump has basically told us so far. He explains more in the speech we get to, but yeah, this is not good. This is like imperialism. Nice? I don't know about that one. I'm not a fan of, like, we should give the transition government power, not handle it ourselves. That's not how we do things out here. You know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Do you know what I'm saying? Hold on, I gotta send the message out. We are live. Just sending out the message to my gamers out there. Yeah, this is gonna be a good episode for you guys because we've got this, and then we're gonna get to the conduit video about Asmongold, which I just could not watch the Asmon video we were watching yesterday. That was so blatantly mask off. How did he become like that? Like, to talk about a community of Americans like that, it's just a betrayal of American ideals, in my opinion. Why man why, should bring back the British Empire, but happy you guys are getting bigger. Why man, big fish eat little fish. Yeah, that's how our world order goes, right? It doesn't, no, that's not how we respect sovereignty, or we should, right? We should respect sovereignty. And I mean, the people of Venezuela don't like the Maduro regime. They would have no issue with us handing them power. It sounds like they really want a democratic process to actually happen. And then, not only that, um, but we could protect the elections with our troops. Like, we could do it that way. But saying we're gonna run the place is not necessarily what I would call based. Oh, the card of the day, by the way, Dark Magician of fucking Chaos. Sick as hell. JK, we should have a commonwealth just like the good old times. We work together to make a better collective of countries. And we need to help each other. We can come together. Well, I mean, I'm all for... Well, I'm all for, like, I don't believe in a commonwealth idea. What I believe in more of is a collection of allies, you know what I mean? Like what the US had going for them until we decided to pull out from everything. Like a collection of allies, like what NATO is. But now people are questioning if even NATO is going to survive the test of Russian aggression, which is just so heartbreaking. I mean, NATO, dude, think about how big NATO is. Like, NATO is the definition of the strongest security alliance, you know? And I don't know. I'm getting off topic. You'll find that we do that out here. We get off topic and wander a little bit, but that's okay. But besides that, we don't have too much. I can't believe I have to pick between you and Kalinda. I know, right? I know. I saw she was live, and I typically don't like to go live when my other content creators are live, but I promised you guys that I would stream, so that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. But no hard feelings if you don't choose me, Bill. Although I will say, you are my mod, you know what I'm saying? But totally up to you, totally up to you. I don't want you to have to feel pressured or anything like that. What happened to the horizontal stream? Did it not work? I'm starting those next week. So this week will be a week of vertical streams, but starting next week, it's weird how I do weeks. So next Friday is when I'm gonna initiate the horizontal streams. That card looks sick, not gonna lie. Dude, it's sick as hell. Dark Magician of Chaos, bro. Sick as hell. It's my favorite card in the trading card game. Probably lurk between both streams. Understandable. Understandable. Yeah, this is my favorite card though, for real. I like all just the extra stuff on them. Super cool. And a classic card. Soon. So I told you guys, I guess I have another announcement. Gosh, it's it's a weekend of announcements. my face will be coming back to shorts, so get excited for that. What's that game called again, man? I used to play it when I was younger. It's Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh. It's super. I started watching the anime about a couple months ago and I just loved it. It was so like fun and just nonsensical. Is this the heart of the cards? Heart of the carts? Oh, trust me, I met the heart of the carts about 30 to 40 minutes ago. But yes, it's all about the heart of the cards. The heart of the cards. Yeah, I just I fell in love with the anime. It's so fun and it's just a really enjoyable experience. And the monsters are super cool. Like super cool. I love the idea. And the game's fun too. Before I started playing Front Mission, I was actually playing. Yeah, this is the one where you can put like 5 cards together to make dragons and shit with like 10,000 health. Hell yeah, it is, dude. That's another reason I love Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just you can combine your monsters and make crazier and crazier stuff. But what I was saying before is that I actually was playing the gotcha game version, or I guess I don't know if that's quite how you would say it. The trading card game online. It's called Duel Masters. And I was playing that before I started playing Front Mission, but now we're pretty focused on trying to beat Front Mission, which is a game from 2000, I believe, 3? I could be wrong about that. That is all about mech warfare and stopping the Russians from orchestrating a war between the United States and Europe. It's very fun. When's the debate? Or that start? Um, I don't think we're really having a debate today. Uh, I mean, I do have call-ins if anybody ever wants to call in about my commentary. I'm working on a debate format right now, but that's in the future with Void TV stuff, which I do have planned. I'm super excited. We're really going to be entering the renaissance of That Guy Doesn't Exist. I think I've learned the ropes of YouTube enough that I can really start to refine my format and bring you guys the best possible content. And debates are part of that because I know a lot of people like debates, and I do too. And I'd say I'm a pretty decent debater. Oh, what I'm asking for, or what are we waiting for? I don't normally watch streams. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, we're just kind of waiting for the 15-minute mark, so like, anybody who might be interested can stumble upon this stream. And the way the YouTube algorithm kind of works is it looks kind of for chat engagement in the first 15 minutes, I've noticed. So if I'm responding to messages and stuff, it kind of boosts it. I could be wrong about that, but and so I like for this first 15 minutes to just kind of be the chill out period, and then the VOD watchers can know when I take the card off what time to skip to, if that makes sense. But thank you so much for checking out my stream. I hope to give you a good experience, you know what I mean? But I guess I can turn off the card now, you know. We can't, oh, it's just blackness. Yeah, you guys just get darkness, actually. Instead of an actual stream, you just get darkness today. To start, so people have more to talk about? Yeah, true. Yeah, you seem decent. Thank you, I appreciate that, man. I'm not too big of a content creator out here, but YouTube has always been that place where I go, even as a child, to kind of just learn and enjoy things. Like I've loved YouTube ever since I was a kid. So it's great to actually be part of it now. What's your background work-wise? Oh, I am well, not too much, I'm not necessarily a scholar out here, as some would say, but I am a uh, absolute killer general laborer. Let me tell you. Yeah, I'm not too. My work background isn't too filled with institutes and stuff like that, but you know, politics has always been my passion. Even as a young teenager, I really enjoyed talking about politics with my fellow students. And so this is just kind of a natural progression because I know not a lot of people in I live in Kansas, so people aren't really too tuned into politics around here, though that is changing. But anyways, so this is just kind of the natural progression because I know but I know that sorry, something just distracted me. um where was I? Sorry, I just totally I that doesn't usually happen. Unfortunately, a demon came into my room and stole my left shoe, so now I'm screwed. I don't have a left shoe. But this was kind of just a natural progression for talking about politics, especially because not a lot of people like in my area really enjoy talking about politics. Anyways, Garage Boss 23 says, nice, I run 2 garages, it's stressful, but fun, never went to further education, just turned 21. Well, hey, congratulations, man. I believe anybody is capable of anything, And college is becoming less and less like relevant, unfortunately. Um, it, I, with the advent of the internet, I'd still say going to college is important, but you can get a lot of knowledge from trusted sources. Just make sure you're not falling for the absolute cringe that disinformation agents want to throw your way, which is also becoming a problem, but I think we're gonna address that at some point. I do. Anyways, let's get into the speech. I've been yanking your guys' change long enough. Anyways, that sounds a little less. I hope that didn't sound as nasty in my head as it did for you guys. Anyways, this is Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, holding a news conference announcing that the U.S. has captured Venezuelan leader Maduro and we are going to be running Venezuela, whatever the hell that means. This is, I, this is bad. I don't know how else to say it. This is bad. I'm not gonna lie, that woman is staring directly into my soul right now, and it kind of scared me. I don't know anyone that's happy they went to further education as they can't find a job. That's an issue too. Is that AI is destroying white collar jobs. And I really do mean that. Like they're absolutely decimating white collar jobs. And while I think blue collar is a whiles away, it's coming too. China already has, dark factories where they pump out cars daily. We're it's interesting, right? Because the idea of work itself may become not obsolete, but we may need to find something other than work to fill our occupation, to fill up our time. And I personally believe things like the arts is something we should pursue in that void of work. Thankfully, it doesn't cost $1 million here, but it's nice knowing how things work more fundamentally. Yeah, for sure. And like, if it wasn't so expensive, of course go to college. You know what I mean? Like, here it's fucking an arm and a leg, and you may not even find a job. But if it was not like that, if it was much more publicly available, then you could really, I could see it being much more useful. It's crazy that a bricklayer can be on 22 pounds an hour, but a highly educated person will be on less or in McDonald's. Yeah, it sucks. It really does. I do think that also has to do with a lot, like, there is a bit of a rejection of the sciences going on right now. And that's just heartbreaking because that leads to just so many things going wrong, you know? I would love to go into further education still to find out how cars truly work. Exactly. Like that's and I hope that you have that opportunity someday because it sounds like you're really passionate about vehicles and I hope you have that chance. I really do wish it was just more publicly available so more people could have access to it because there are brilliant minds that will never go to college because they don't have the amount of money required. Brilliant minds that will never go to college, never have that experience. I love hearing the engine go vroom. Hey, I don't think we are as important as bricklayers. Hey, well, Bill, you're an enlightened man. You're an enlightened man. And I mean, I do think it's important we value these bricklaying's important. I'll say it. We need some bricklayers. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just wish college was more publicly available and I wish you could go at any time. Let's say somebody and you can go at any time technically, but I feel the further you age out, the harder it kind of gets societally to go, but I could be wrong about that. Man, I wish hydrogen cars caught on. They are so much better than battery electric and actually go vroom. I'll have to look. That sounds cool. Hydrogen cars? I bet we could. Let's get a startup going to compete with the electric cars. Maybe that's what we could sell to Americans are all wishy-washy about electric cars. What if we just sell them some hydrogen cars? Look at these bad boys. They go fast as hell and they're not electric, so you don't have to feel like I don't know. There's a certain weird societal fence against getting electric cars in America, or at least in the area I am. Anyways, let's watch Trump. Hybrid is the way forward until hydrogen catches up. Well, I'm actually gonna I'm gonna take that advice because your name's Garage Boss. You got yourself two garages, you know what I mean? I'm taking that advice and I'm putting that in the pocket because that sounds like some good advice, you know what I mean? Thank you. Hydrogen cars are better because they actually need refueling so you can go on long hauls. That sounds sick, dude. Like, truly. That's the fun part. They are electric, but they need fuel. Exactly, and that's what we can sell the American people on right there. Free maintenance as well. Hey, good job, man. 21 and doing all that. That's impressive, bro. Keep it up. I'm proud of you. I haven't met you, but I'm proud of you, man. That's something to put on your a feather to put on your cap, as they say. It's 400. Always see them on 400K miles. Hey, there we go. I love seeing that. Cheers to you as well. Alright, we're gonna speed this beginning part up. Why did he do this at Mar-a-Lago, by the way? Couldn't he have, like, he's got his own jet. He could have just went to the White House. I would have been fine with that. Mar-a-Lago is not the house of the people, you know? Hey, streamers. Love it. Alright, they went a little early, it seems. Well, this was big news, so I understand. Alright, here we go. Wow, we would have been waiting a while if we would have just been gish galloping over this. Alright, let's... Whoa, why is the... Okay. 30 minutes of dead air. I think there's something against that, ladies and gentlemen. It's called, common courtesy, I believe. There he is. There's the man. He just ate his 5th McDonald's burger of the day. Of course, it is the morning, so... Pete looking like an absolute drunkard behind him. Mr. Orange. Uh-huh. There he is. Get a good look at him. This is a man that plows through McDonald's burgers like a bully bar will on a Humvee, you know? Just plows through them.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff.
Big stuff, ladies and gentlemen. We got big stuff going on. Really? Oh yeah, he's a McDonald's fanatic. More like caviar burgers. Potentially. Maybe he's got a secret item. Maybe he's got a secret item at McDonald's that only he's allowed to eat. What's up, JYD? I think I might just call you JYD, if that's cool with you, man. Anyways.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Late last night and early today.
All right. What do we... I need to get a, like a bingo card. And just anytime we fill it out with, what do we think he's going to mention here? I think he's definitely going to mention the Democrats. I've got a good feeling he's going to mention the Democrats and Joe Biden. But we'll see. We'll see.
At my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military...
Well, yeah. There was a recent report that came out that Donald Trump has basically quadrupled his net worth since he's been the president. That's BS, dude. I'm sorry. You can't do that.
Operation in the
It might have been doubled.
Of Venezuela.
Either way, pretty bad. We'll go with doubled just until I get the confirmation on that.
Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against
We love World War II. Remember World War II? I think of it fondly.
a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American
Yeah, right. Favorite time, World War II. Bring back the British Empire. Oh, yeah, man. You just wait. You just wait. We're bringing back the crown, baby. Donald Trump's, he's going to go to the King of England and say, it's time. It's time. The American people want the British Empire.
might and competence in American history.
Never again will it return.
And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like
the UK. Yeah, it's actually, if you have heard it, there's this streamer that I'm technically an orbiter of called Lonerbox, who is pretty decent at talking about UK, or pretty great, I should say, at talking about UK politics, yeah, and all that shithole now. Well, I don't, you know, I don't know the exact situation right there, but I think it can get better. I do think things will always, in whatever situation you're in, will get better, you know, and it's that belief that is like very core in my ideals. You know what I'm saying? Is that things will get better, but it requires people pushing for a better future. So while I may not know the exact situation you're in, I do want to say there is hope and that it's not all lost. And, you know, there's definitely potential to make things better. And it starts with our generation. You know, I'm 25, by the way, but it really does start with our generation. It feels like a lot of people in the past didn't really care about politics as much and didn't really care about how our countries were ran. Like like the average public. Of course the politicians did, but having a national strike 2 to 9th February. Interesting. They put it all on the credit card. Well, I do think there is there's potential for things to be better, you know? I do think there is.
the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently.
He's got to mention that. By the way, did you guys forget? Anyways, I stopped talking, play the vid. Oh, don't worry. We'll you know, I like talking with the chat, but General Baghdadi, he cried like a dog. Oh, geez. That was, you know, and I got to be honest, I'd cry like a dog too if I saw a bunch of drones come into my house. That's kind of an understandable
in an operation
position,
known as
anyways.
Midnight Hammer.
I gotta
All
start up my game,
perfectly
too.
executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark.
I'm interested to see how did this unfold, you know? I hope more details emerge.
Lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of
And I just gave them a pardon. I just pardoned them.
whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States.
Right? I thought Trump was supposed to kick all the Hispanic people out. Now he's bringing them in. Yeah, it's this is interesting. This is kind of unprecedented, I feel. So I don't know
Citizens.
I don't know how
I
to
want to
feel
thank
about
the men
this.
and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight.
In Southern Draw. Not what I voted for.
With breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like maybe like never
Yeah,
before.
unprecedented. Venezuela has been unprecedented. You're right. You're right. But this is just, I don't even know really how to process this. Like, we don't do this type of stuff. We used to not to. We used to collaborate with the people to kind of get these dictators out of power, but we just went in there ourselves and took it out. I don't know if I really agree with that. Oh, obviously I don't, but just like setting that precedent in general is just, and this whole thing with Venezuela is cooked up because we're protecting against drugs, but these drugs are going to West Africa and fucking Europe, which, you know, yeah, why waste time? I don't, why waste time? I don't know. Russia is doing it. Well, Russia is also a bad person, so we don't want to like emulate what Russia does, but the reason we like collaborate with the people and to take these down is because we want in the future people to look at America as the good guy, not just the guy that took out our leader because he was mad at them. You know what I mean? Like, we want to be seen as the absolute good guys who want to bring democracy. It's crazy how little coverage this is getting because it's a weekend. I was like, is that a joke? Did this actually happen? It's like hearing Liz Truss retired. I have like, really already? Yeah, this is yeah, I know. I know. I'm kind of shocked. Like, I woke up today and I was watching Ice Beans. Shout out to Ice Beans, amazing content creator. But um I was watching her stream and I saw she was reacting to like Donald Trump, but I was barely awake. And when I wake back up, it's her and Glitterbell arguing about what we should do about Trump capturing Maduro.
These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration
Ships are
with
blowing
U.S.
up
law
and all
enforcement.
sorts of. Oh yeah, dude. I think what Russia is doing is fucking disgusting. Russia is evil, dude. Like, straight up. They are just the, like, how do they, I feel so bad for the Russian people because they wanted a democracy so bad. Actually trying to, crazy how a couple brigades can bring down a country. Imagine Russia actually trying to fight us. Well, I actually don't think that would be too bad because, like, the entirety of NATO is strong, right? I think what the issue, and we would kick Russia's ass into next year. The issue I have is that with Trump actively trying to throw like shade, like, essentially at NATO, it weakens that trust bond. So I would be afraid, like, I don't want Russia to attack right now, obviously. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I didn't realize what you were saying, Garage Boss. My bad. If crazy how a couple. Yeah, yeah. My bad. Sorry. Again, it is the morning, but yeah, that is what scares me. I have been hearing rumors that Russia may try a false flag operation where they do this thing they've been doing where they do something and then they blame Ukraine. And then they say Ukraine is trying to blame them. It's fun little mind games, and I've been hearing chatter that they may try that. Um and if they do, coming from an American citizen, just your average American citizen, we need to stomp the fuck out of Russia if they decide to touch one of our NATO states. I mean that. Like, we need to show full force, show teeth. You know what I'm saying? It's been a while since NATO's been called. I think it's time. Really, Russia doing a false flag operation? That sounds so unlike them, right? Russia? No, not them.
Enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated.
And also, this is, I don't know, this kind of feels like old-timey capturing of Maduro. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, this is kind of what we'd cut the power supply and take them, but I don't know. We have drones and shit now. Ukraine is kind of making us look like amateurs with Operation Spiderweb. You know what I'm saying? We kind of forgot about Operation Spiderweb, but they're kind of making us look like amateurs out here.
If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one.
Operation Spiderweb? Oh, Operation Spiderweb is when Ukraine disguised trucks, disguised crates, disguised cargo, not vessels, but cargo trailers as they didn't they disguised, oh sorry, like electronic warfare devices and drone bays as cargo shipping containers, placed them all across Russia, and then on one single day activated all of them, causing massive losses to the Russian, I believe it was Air Force. No, this doesn't feel old-timey. This is literally unprecedented. Never in history has this happened. Well, it does call back to the Monroe Doctrine. Like the spider in Snub's Cade and Conduit. I know, right? Don't worry, we're gonna get to it. That's like the one video I seen in 2016 of the hypothetical new style of warfare. Yeah, literally, they they did it. You know what I mean? Like it was a very complex operation, and just insane how it actually happened. Where they go on semi trucks and dump out the drones. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. And what's interesting is that the like the semi truck drivers didn't even know that's what they had, a lot of them. So they disguised their logistics as like it was a very complex operation. Yeah, and there were videos. I remember seeing videos of like the truck drivers seeing what's coming out of their semis and just being like, "What the fuck is happening?" They were just shocked. Happen in the US or Europe, like Modern Warfare 3 or something. Well, luckily right now, I don't think our adversary, well, yeah, that could happen. I don't want to say it couldn't. But I do think our adversaries are pretty tied up with their own projects right now. Like you have China trying to invade Taiwan, which is its whole fucking other issue. We're living in Black Ops 2. We quite literally are. Oh, definitely. The drones in the Strain Civil War, in the Syrian Civil War, yeah, my bad, were also crazy. Oh yeah, I remember that. And the drones that Israel operated in the 12-day war were kind of interesting too. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Hopefully we'll find out by the end of this what they mean. But we are living in Black Ops 2. Like, definitely. You know what I mean?
Service member was more importantly killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world.
It is scary, but this is why we need to elect cool heads in a time where big egos are at play. Unfortunately, Donald Trump's not that, but hopefully things haven't absolutely went to shit by the end of his term, or else we're gonna have to depend on other leaders like those in Europe. I think we were indoctrinated back then, so it doesn't seem so crazy now. I do think like the Monroe Doctrine. Oh, you're talking about like Black Ops 2 and stuff. Potentially. Yeah, well, I think they were just very accurate in how they were predicting warfare evolving, you know? I do. They were very just accurate in where they saw warfare going. And you know, Call of Duty they had experts working on that. They didn't have just like a bunch of nerds in a room. There were experts talking about how they saw warfare going. So it's not super crazy to see that happened. But the timing though, the timing is kind of crazy. I will admit that. What if Maduro surrendered weeks ago, but Trump and Kingston said, what if we made it cooler? Could you imagine? Could you actually imagine? Time merely months out. There are a bunch of things in COD games about invading Venezuela too. Yeah, yeah. This has been brewing for a long time. Even in my game that I'm playing right now, this game, Front Mission 4, it starts with the United States invading Venezuela to get rid of a dictatorial leader. Like, straight up, this has been something people have been predicting, but I don't know if they quite predicted it to be this dumb, to be honest. But who knows? Like, they switched from Middle East to Venezuela because it was less political. True. And the Middle East is exploding right now, and we should
There's no
be trying
like
to stop
and
it.
you see that even if you just look at the boats, you know, we've knocked out 97% of the...
It's Venezuela hour, baby.
drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each...
You want to see the real orchestrator of all this. He's on his right now. Or our left. It's Marco Rubio. He's been wanting this ever since he was a young boy. So
it kills 25,000 people. We knocked out 97.
None of these boats were going to America. I think that's important to let people know. These were all going to Europe and West Africa, which, hey, I'm glad they don't get as many overdoses, but it's not the way he's portraying it.
Percent. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time.
Yeah, this is what I'm really afraid about, folks. We're gonna run the country, you say. Like we did in Syria? Or not Syria. Like we did in Afghanistan? My bad. Unseen issue Turkey, their second biggest military in NATO, and they're getting pissed off, especially with Greece and Israel trying from a coalition with South Cyprus to kick Turkey out of Cyprus. Yeah, there are some issues I've heard about. Well, Turkey itself has always been kind of a agitator on these issues, and especially with the Kurdish people. I think what they've done to their Kurdish population is just disgusting. Yeah, they didn't work, but everyone made a lot of money in Afghanistan, especially with the heroin trade. Well, I think we pulled out too early, dude. Like it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take a lot of time to set up a democracy that the people like, you know? Like we can't commit to something like we're like what we're seeing here. We can't commit to something and just say, "Oh, it's too hard," and just leave, you know? That's not how this works. You know, and the people of Afghanistan really wanted. Yeah, it's honestly a disservice to those who lost their life. Amen, dude. It's a disservice. Like they died wanting to see a better Afghanistan, and instead of giving them that, we just left because it was too hard. You know, and we made a deal with the fucking Taliban, the very people we were fighting. A deal with that really I mean, it pissed me off because I know what the Taliban has done, you know, and I just think it's a disservice to our service members. We gave the place with money and well, the pullout was was kind of, it was always going to be chaotic, you know. And also, I would note that the pullout was we didn't expect the Afghan army to crumble like that, to be quite honest. Like we were expecting them to at least hold the areas that we had given them, but they just crumbled. And you know, what were we supposed to do at that point? Now we have people saying, "Oh, we should have stayed in Bagram." But the American people you know, Donald Trump had signed the deal that we had to leave, and so we had to either competent they're yeah, they were not competent. You seen them fight. Yeah, I wish. It's just the tale of Afghanistan is so heartbreaking, and the people deserved so much more than what we gave them. We should have never left. We should have stayed there, you know? We should have stayed there and fulfilled our promise to the Afghanistan people. And now it really does just build resentment amongst them now. Instead of having an ally, now we've just built up even more hate and vitriol towards the American government.
As we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years.
Yeah, dude, that's why you collaborate with the local local militias, you know? Or the local what's the word I'm looking for? Resistance, I guess.
So we are going to run the country What's
Unfortunately, not every, things aren't like in this game of Front Mission 4, where there's a set of heroes that are going to save the day. The heroes are our politicians who we elect, and they are, in my opinion, failing us.
until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about.
I don't want to say that. This branch is failing.
We want
us.
peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the
Over
good.
100%. Sometimes they flip and take it themselves, anyways. So why go for second rate when you can do it quickly and in one move? I get that. I understand that. But it's going to be the thing is it builds resentment amongst the population. It doesn't quite. This game looks like cool, like Metal Gear a bit. Yeah, it's kind of like Metal Gear. It's a game I never was able to beat as a kid, actually, funnily enough. As a child, I was never able to beat this game. But we're beating it this time. And we're getting close to the end, too. Um, but the reason why is just it builds resentment amongst the population. And it also is just a bad look. This isn't how we've kind of set up the world order to be. But, Donald Trump is shifting the world order to be more multipolar, so I guess we'll see.
Good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until.
If you don't play RTS games, you will never understand politics. It's such a good tool for brain development. I do agree with that. RTS games are very good for brain development.
Such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping.
Yeah, and the oil stuff is also like a really bad look. When do we it just confirms what all the our adversaries say about us, right? That we only care about oil. Funny how they have more money than Saudi. Oil is a problem, right? Like, we need to not be like, the reason we did this is for oil. Like, we need to be like, the reason we did this is for the people of Venezuela.
And what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
America nearly invaded my garage when I had an oil leak on my car. I know, right? It was a diplomatic nightmare. We had representatives from all nations trying to stop that. Luckily, we were able to with the signing of the garage accords, but it was really close.
Oil infrastructure and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if
Oh, great.
we need to do so. So
Great, Donald. That's super great. So glad we're letting them know that. Hey guys, we will invade you again. So we're not interested in the people. We just want your oil. Great move, Donald.
We were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela.
Yeah, and we'll set up a pipeline to help distribute freedom and democracy. Yeah, our favorite companies, Shell, they're all going there to fuck, what do I say here, guys? Liberate the country from public ownership. Yes, yes.
Rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make them.
Like, yeah, I'm cool. Like, obviously, I want the people to have wealth and all of that, but this is just such a nasty way of doing it, right? There are better ways of doing this, of going
many
it.
People from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. So much was taken.
It's a bingo on the card. He did mention money. Very true. I haven't heard him talk about the Democrats or Joe Biden yet, which is incredible restraint for Donald Trump. You have no idea. That this man has Joe Biden PTSD. I swear to God.
From them, they're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel.
Well, there was a lot of misinfo. Yeah, I actually really appreciate Joe Biden. I know, hard to believe. But if you look at the policy he actually passed, function should never have been in power. They did throw the election. Well, I know in the public eye, he seemed kind of like he was not doing as well, and he was old, I'll admit that. However, if you look at his policy that he was passing, it's actually pretty good. Those 4 years changed him. I don't know if he got his act together. I am a Democrat, by the way, Garage Boss. I hope that's not really gonna put a damper on things, but what I will say is that what Joe Biden passed policy-wise was actually very revolutionary. Like the tax credits, companies were begging for those EV tax credits to stay in. Yeah, not really an issue. I didn't think so either. But what I will say is that the companies were fighting for those tax credits to stay in. And so and sorry, I kind of got off EV as a whole issue though. Yeah, I know, but it was helping our EV sector grow at the end of the day. That's kind of what it was more for, is growth of the EV sector. But if there are better, like you were talking about hydrogen power cars, that shit sounds crazy. Child slavery, rare resource, and a whole lot of lies, host of lies, help Tesla and the rich. I understand that. I understand that it did help them, but it also grew the sector and made it to where normal people could afford it. Now, with the tax credit gone, there's barely any cars that the average person can actually afford now. We were watching a Jobs though is true. Yeah, but I was actually watching a we were watching a section on the PBS about how the average car, there's really not many like car models the average person can afford right now, unfortunately. You know, we got rid of all incentives for UK for EV. I just don't know if that's good though. Like, I think a diversity of types of cars is always going to be popular. Now have a road tax that you have to pay per mile to drive. Yeah, see, I don't know if that's like the way to go. But I guess we'll see. It is interesting to see the hydrogen car idea. 700 miles will cost you 70 to drive your own fucking car. See, yeah, that just seems completely insane. Like, why are we reverting back? Like, if you didn't want incentives, understandable, but now it's like you have a tax to just, if you want to be more like EV friendly. That's kind of, I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like you do either, but I think this like hostility towards electric vehicles is kind of dumb because we're gonna need something, you know. Communism in the UK will push us into fascism and nationalism. Well, I think extremes from any side will push the other into, you know, further radical ideologies. 3 liter straight six, baby. BMW. Hey, hell yeah, man. I'm not against like any type of fossil fuel cars right now. Like, I think right now is a key moment where we need to introduce new types. The problem is no medium. Exactly. Like, there's no, it's either extreme or extreme, and I don't like that. In America, I think the way we get rid of that is getting rid of gerrymandering and getting rid of the filibuster. That way, we elect people that actually want to work with the other side, and policies can actually get passed without needing a huge public effort. I think those are the two quick fixes to our democracy that would really help right now. There are obviously other issues, but I think that's what's leading to so much hostility. I need to become more educated on US politics. Well, good news for you. I do a stream every day, typically from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., where I talk about US politics and news. And I won't say I'm an expert on all US politics, but it's been a passion of mine, and we'll learn more together. You know what I mean? I think that's an important part of our democracy, truly, is admitting when you don't know everything and saying we'll learn together. That's funny. That's exactly when I get home as well. Well, hey, there we go. I got you, man. I got you. Don't you worry.
De las Solis, which flooded our nation with lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many.
Shouldn't have equal votes, I think. I disagree. I think. Oh, shit. I think, like, all votes should, at least in the American system, people vote when they have no clue to vote via emotion. Well, that's totally okay because in from my interpretation of the Constitution, it says that any man, woman, you know, we've updated it with the times, but anyone born in America is created equal. And so politics really is in America a popularity contest. I won't deny that. And so it's all about kind of popularity. And that is a big question that a lot of people have is how can we get people who have no idea what's going on in politics to vote for the right person? That's why um I think we lost in 2024 is we weren't able to message what we were going to actually do. Sounds like going to school. Kind of is. You kind of find out that American politics, when not talking about the actual legislation, is just a big popularity contest. Doesn't matter if you're smart as long as you're cool. Unfortunately, that's the case. Um, and that's just kind of a reflection of where we are at societally in America. But I think we'll move past that eventually. We need to get rid of this divisiveness in our society. And that starts with just normal people speaking up, you know what I mean? Um, but that is an issue, and I do think gerrymandering would fix that because then we would be able to actually send representatives that aren't just total partisan hacks, that are willing to work with the other side, not just based on how cool they are, but how much the policies would help the American people.
Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face.
See, that's an unfortunate lie. Like, these drugs aren't coming to America. They're going to Europe and West Africa, which if we want to stop drug deaths over there, let's say that, let's not lie and say these are all coming to America. The big issue in America, drug wise, is fentanyl, which is mostly produced in Mexico from everyone is fucking Europe. Unfortunately, right now it's fucking bullshit, but yeah, we're not doing great. If anything, hundreds of thousands of Americans died because of Trump. I mean, kind of because of the snap cuts and stuff like that. I wouldn't quite say that caused hundreds of thousands, but I mean, you do have a case to say that, like, with all this focus we're putting on Venezuelan boats, we're not really putting any focus on the cartels that are actually creating the fentanyl and stuff. And I think you have more of a casus belli taking away benefits. Yeah, I think that, well, that could, yeah, I think that has probably led to a couple deaths. We don't have any data on it, but I see where I think I see where Bill's coming from with the idea that we should be focusing on the cartels because they really are the ones that are killing Americans. And I mean, luckily drug overdoses have been lowering recently, but there's nothing to say that America doesn't find itself in a sudden urge to get drugs with all this stuff going. Invade Mexico then? Hold on, this isn't Fallout. No, I don't think we need to work with the government to get rid of the cartels. And I think everybody would appreciate, like, the Mexican government would appreciate that. I think everybody would be in agreement that the cartels are very bad. And that would be more for democracy, you know what I mean? That would be like, oh, we're getting rid of these authoritarian gangs that control sections of land that uh, put down the people of Mexico's voices. And I think that I would be much more in favor of taking the cartels more seriously than taking Venezuela, which it kind of looked like we were doing. for a while there until Venezuela caught Trump's eye. Yeah, they're like mini states. That's BS. Like Mexico, the Mexican people do not want that, but they probably have more power than the government. Unfortunately, that seems to be true. And we could go, if we were serious about stopping drug flow and we were serious about spreading freedom and democracy, we would be taking them more seriously. But Venezuela, like, they're just sending cocaine to Europe. You know what I mean? Like, I hope I hope that it's good that we stop that, but it's not necessarily what Trump ran on, which is like America first, right? Trump removed Lukashenko next. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if we just started defending our European allies and started like, where's the America of the 80s? Where the hell did they go?
The full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York.
And everybody hates you,
and then
and
a
they want their
decision will
country
be made.
back. Well, that's why it's important to work with the people. Like, kind of what we were doing in Afghanistan wasn't lost. It's so embarrassing we left there because it wasn't lost. We were building a democracy that the people liked. Smoozer, and so that won't happen. Oh, definitely not. Definitely
Made,
not.
I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have
And so this is what scares me about Venezuela.
where
Is
the
this just going to be another Is this just going to be another Afghanistan? Are the drug cartels that are in Venezuela, are they going to start feeling bold and say, well, what if we decide to run a state? What if we want to make a state and we don't want America in it?
overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region.
Yeah, Venezuela has extremely complicated terrain, like in Afghanistan. Very true. Sorry, I know I haven't been gaming much. I've been
You
kind
all
of
saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did.
Trump is saying that motherfucker wants a third term. Right? That's only what I get. Only I get the third term. No, Trump is done after this run. To be honest, I don't really know if he's gonna have it all there. When he's he's already kind of sounding a little like, you okay, man? What's going on? What's happening? Is everything going good? So it'll be interesting.
Indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal.
Is this counting as talking about the Democrats? Kind of, right? Maybe a little bit, because Colorado, obviously, famously a democratically held state. Kind of.
But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now.
So was the Washington D.C. Troop deployment struck down recently, or was it just the deployments in Chicago, Portland, and what was the other one? Los Angeles.
We have no crime in Washington, D.C.
No
We
crime.
haven't had-
There's if you steal a lollipop, you're screwed, buddy. You steal a lollipop. That shit was crazy looking from outside. Like a movie. Oh, yeah.
A killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a.
What's it like in DC? Well, I mean, crime, when he deployed the National Guard, crime was at a 30-year low. So, while, like, it kind of runs thin, you know? And the mayor of DC was like, we'll work with you, dude. We want to work with you. We want to work with the president, you know? But Trump just wasn't having it, so he deployed the National Guard. And the crime stats, I'm sure, are down, but how down is kind of up to the imagination, because there's not too many statistics on that right now.
A threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening, everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives, they walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington.
I don't know about this, dude. Like, if I was in Washington, Army isn't trained for police work, though. They're trained to kill. It's like using a hammer for brain surgery. Exactly. That's been our argument since day one, is like, work with the police. If you want to bring crime down, that's great. Everybody wants to bring crime down. I'm not for having criminals just run the streets, obviously. But work with the police. Surge resources into the police, the law enforcement. Don't just send National Guard members, because, like you said, it's like using a hammer for a brain surgery. You're gonna erode trust of the public. Businesses are gonna feel it, because I don't know about you, but I don't really like the idea of walking in Washington, D.C. being stared at by Army National Guards. It's going to kill tourism. Yeah, I just think the National Guard in D.C. is just so unnecessary. And what infuriates me too is the mayor was like asking for. She was like, I am willing to work with the Trump administration to address crime. But instead of being receptive, Trump just sends in the National Guard.
Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now.
Yeah, see, he can't say we're doing it all over, because he just got a court order that said, you can't be doing this anymore, Trump. You can't be doing this, you silly dog.
Now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have Crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans.
No crime.
It's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago.
See, he just sounds like a mob boss. I can't imagine why people wouldn't want me to help. We're providing such a valuable service.
Then crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster.
Yeah, no crime because you don't want to get hit with a 5.56, right? This isn't addressing like the base issue of crime. It's just a band-aid over a bullet wound. If you want to, and I mean the crime in DC is not nearly as crazy as he's saying, but if you wanted to help, work with the local, surge resources to programs that have been shown to reduce crime, like outreach programs. All the Republicans sigh when they hear that, but those things work, dude. Who would have guessed that if you give a person a community and help them out in life, they actually don't turn out to be horrible people. They typically turn out to be pretty great people. The police is a national joke. They get smacked and hire women. Well, I think it's okay to hire women in service role. I think that's totally cool. Women have been shown to actually be just a 100K built man is not a good look. Well, I think that's more of an issue of how they're distributing their police force. I think it would be smart to probably have one woman and one man. But I don't think it's like, I think our police force is pretty respected here. I think they showed a lot of, at least the ones that I know, like personally, showed a lot of courage in being like, I had conversations where they're like, yeah, we learned from the Trayvon Martin protests and the Black Lives Matter protests. So I have a lot of respect for police officers that don't use their badge for nefarious activities.
But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll
nowadays.
Know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's after
How would
long
we
after
have
the
lost Los Angeles? How would that have happened? Los Angeles was rebelling, I guess, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just now hearing about this. Kind of concerning, but I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, we almost lost the city, right? Los Angeles, the Battle of Los Angeles actually happened, ladies and gentlemen. We were that close. But Trump came to the rescue.
That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities.
I mean, true, Australia lost a prime minister. I guess we can lose a city too now. That's so funny. He said we almost lost Los Angeles. What does that mean, bro?
But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they said
Some say the
raped,
safest city ever.
tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst.
They say the
Americans
worst. They
like
say it is the
12-year-old
actual
Jocelyn
worst.
Nungari from Houston. Beautiful
What's your
Jocelyn.
thoughts on ice squads doing grab and snatch? Yeah, this is insane. Good to see you, Timmy, by the way. Yeah, it's insane, dude. My thoughts are it's completely un-American to just be grabbing and snatching people off the fucking street. You know what I mean? Like, we have a judicial process for a reason. And it scares people. It makes people, like, hesitant to work with the local PD to fight crime.
And then Gary, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered.
They're a genuine cause and reason. I know. Okay, I kind of like. I don't like the idea just because, it degrades the rule of law, right? It degrades this idea that you have a trial, and replaces it with, oh, you could get snatched and dragged off the street just willy-nilly. That's a scary idea, you know? And it makes immigrant communities more afraid to work with the police, which is not what we typically want. I may have fucked this mission up, not gonna lie.
And left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same.
And there's also just been so much xenophobia going on in America. You see it really bad with the Somalia case right now. Just so
many
much
people have to see what happened.
xenophobia that I never thought
As
I
I've
would
said
see.
many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher.
Well, that's not because of where they come from. You know what I mean? I promise you, a lot of these Somalian communities actually are business owners, you know? And they are living the American dream. I can't speak to the population of Britain, but what I do know is that most of these people are just trying to live the American dream, and here in America, you know, we accept, and they've been here for like 30 years, you know? Like 30 years, that's quite a long time to be in America. At that point, you're an American. I mean, I think you're an American citizen whenever you cross the border and become a citizen. But, you know, they went through the naturalization process. We shouldn't be just calling out their, just saying all of their stuff they're doing is fraud just because of this Nick Shirley video where he goes around and looks at children. It's a shame you weren't here a couple days ago, Garage Boss, because that Nick Shirley video that the right is hailing as like the video that shows fraud, it's so funny to like watch and actually engage what he's saying. Anyways,
the mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both.
Clearing center. That I admit that looks bad, but I mean, if I was getting a free fucking sign, like I imagine what happened was the dude who made the sign was like, "Bro, I fucked up," and he was like, "All right, just give it to me for free." He got his own fucking sign and a fat wad in his pocket. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's what went down, you know? I'd be like, oh, fuck it, dude, I guess. The lyrics, it's on the side. Yeah, sure. I mean, they don't typically come to, paid for it, really. Well, who knows? I don't think that's the most damning thing in the world, you know? But that the whole premise of the video of Nick Shirley going around daycares with his friend Dave is just very strange, you know? Like if somebody was to tell me that's what they were doing with their day, I'd have some more questions. Let's just say.
Mental institutions they sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States.
The Leering Center was so deceptive because the facility was shut down years ago for being terrible. Oh, yeah. Biden said it was still open. Well, with a couple of these daycares, they were just out for winter break. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I imagine, and there were still some kids going, you know, which just shows it seems to be a pretty valuable service if parents trust them enough to leave them there for a little bit during the holidays.
But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally.
Venezuela. Venezuela. Trump. Sir, it's Venezuela.
Seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us
Venezuela.
billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill.
Billions and billions. Venezuela gonna get hijacked. Yeah, for real, dude. That's why I'm saying it's becoming our 51st fucking state, because that's how they're orienting right now. Marine Bama. What do you call it, a minibus that hurts marine mammals for oil? Venezuela. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. He got it.
And the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history.
Did the government sign off on this attack? The Maduro regime? Definitely not. But did maybe the I didn't hear anything coming out of Congress, so I don't think so.
Of our country, considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything.
They call them big, massive dumps. That's my favorite.
I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region.
That's impeachable.
And acquiring.
Yeah. True. I don't think he did get approval from the U.S. Gov. He's been doing so much. It's like, take your pick. The Epstein files for me are the most obvious. Like, you are not doing what the American people are asking you to do, you know? Explain the difference. So essentially what Donald Trump would need is, or the administration as a whole would need the Congress to agree to an act of war. If this was done legitimately, but instead what he's doing is going around the Congress and just, between socialism and communism? Well, I'm a liberal, so I'm definitely not. I think blowing things up is an act of war. Yeah, I'd say so. No act of surprise. Well, that's okay. We have, and that would have been salient had it not been for the fact that Trump has been for weeks being like, yeah, we're going to get rid of Venezuela. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. So, maybe that would have been effective, or maybe if it wasn't for the fact that he was just opening his mouth up left and right.
Menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border.
Yeah, he's been pretty ardent on getting rid of Venezuela.
All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe.
I didn't see them using anything at all. I seen was a sneak attack. Yeah, it's still pretty unclear what happened. According to Trump, they cut the power, so that's about all I know right now.
And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot.
Oh, great. Just shouting out the
They
Monroe
now call
Doctrine.
it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources.
It seems anything with Epstein starts and getting steamed, something blows up. Very fucking true. And this is what I've been saying from the start, that this whole thing is just to distract from those files, dude. It has never felt more apparent than right now. Like, he is literally just trying to distract from the Epstein files right now, it feels like.
That are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are.
Oh, we're going to have to reset the game.
They've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists.
Clearly said Dunro, not Monroe. Dude, Trump has been left and right. Just been messing his speech up today.
The cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and
going hard and fast. Maybe. I think Tyler Robinson was just some crazy. My favorite RTS games? I have a lot. I really like Dawn of War 1. The Ultimate Apocalypse mod on that goes super hard. I love the Dawn of War series in general. And then Empire at War is one of my favorites as well. With the
other
Thrawn's
presidents may have
mod,
lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American armada remains poised in position, and the United
You had
States
to read
retains
that word. What's that? Armada.
all military options
Armada.
until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them.
This is horrible messaging right here.
If they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free.
Love Warhammer, dude.
America
It's my
is
favorite.
a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible
Do you guys feel, I'm not proud of this. I'm not proud that we just went in and destroyed. I don't know.
person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it
More
to
like
happen.
under new management. For real, dude. Like, this isn't free. Like, he should be like, to the people, to the representatives that represent the people, come forth and spread your message of freedom. But instead he's like, just in case any of you fuckers thought about getting in between me and my oil, you've got another thing coming.
And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin.
I heard Trump used police to grab Maduro to get around Congress authorization. Is that true? I haven't heard much from that yet.
He's fantastic.
Yeah,
Man, I've
Cuba
worked
was
with a lot
so
of
free
generals.
under Batista.
I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice.
Precise attack on sovereignty. That's a scary word. That's a scary phrase.
And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
No, dude, he's gonna make the mic all. He's gonna make the mic all soaked with booze.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects, and the American people
The world respects Trump, folks.
deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men, and I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President
dry herb vaporizer up. One moment, guys.
Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will
Love
anywhere.
how we talk about. Well, I think the American people are super cool. I'm a big fan of. I think everybody in the world is super cool, but since I was born here, I have a lot of respect for the American ideals, the Constitution. That's why I'm up here. I see Donald Trump as a bit of an existential threat to our democracy because he's breaking norms left and right, and I'm sure you guys have already heard the laundry list, so I don't need to go through it, but... And I feel like in America, it's there's a point of pride in talking about politics and also respecting your fellow man. Anyways, I kind of got off track there, but Trump gonna turn Venezuela into 478 hole golf course? Maybe. Kind of sounds what he's going towards, unfortunately. The UK just disses everyone who is white, native, and anything. Well, I don't know your situation there, so I can't comment on it. He won't try this with North Korea president. Yeah, I know. I wish he would. Maybe not.
Where
No, I don't actually. I don't. I'm just sick of all these authoritarians getting to run all happy and gleeful while America just sits back and lets people oppress their population.
anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't.
Lukashenko will
He
try to
effed
get
around,
nukes now,
And
potentially.
he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, yet can't end the Ukraine-Russia war, right? Well, we know that why that is. Trump's got that picture of, or Putin's definitely got a picture of Trump peeing on someone or something like that. I don't know.
This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is
Dude, this is not America first. You can't say this is America first. I'm sorry. You can't just claim that this is America first. Number one, the drugs aren't even coming to America. And that's a whole issue in itself. But number two, this is not focusing on what the American people want, which is the Epstein files.
peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to
Bro,
welcome
he said that so drunkly. Listen to how he said that. I'm sorry, I know. But listen to how he said
under
that.
President Trump, America is back. I'd like to
America's
welcome
back.
now our chairman, Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr.
It's
President.
a shame that
and
they
good
don't
morning.
take these places make money, then make everything cheaper for the people. Well, a regime change like this is typically to help the people, right? Like, yeah, of course oil is involved in this. But like typically we do regime changes so that things get better and like everybody makes money in the process. I don't know if things are going to get better after this.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted
Listen to that
during the
naming too. Absolute resolve. Very interesting.
darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some.
Well, he said approved by the DOJ. Very important that the DOJ is not the not Congress. Funny thing is, most of our leaders are major criminals as well. Well, that's not how it used to be. It used to be we had some pretty great people. But unfortunately, through the sowing of distrust through our institution, a bunch of con men get in there, you know? But I think this is going to lead to a massive rejection. Like, America loves its democracy, so
Some of the
we'll see
preparation
that.
and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience.
Oh, well, hopefully it's... Let me check my bit rate real quick. Well, it seems to be doing okay. Might just be a user thing.
Experience of integrating
That
complex
happens
air,
sometimes.
ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past two
No, it wasn't
decades
you.
have
Oh,
honed the
okay,
skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force.
It's weed time, by the way, guys. If you guys smoke weed, get out here and get going. My wife got in the car and the phone is connected to our car and she left. Oh, got you. So the Bluetooth attached to the car. And okay, got you. Weed time.
Soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our
But thank you
intelligence
for listening with your wife. I hope she enjoys this as well.
agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged
Oh, it's the time in which Cade, that's my name, also known as that guy, doesn't exist, engages in his daily habit of smoking a little bit of that reefer. Typically, I end the stream around now and have my own little, or not, typically an hour later, but I'm feeling it. She tries to stay out of politics. I understand that.
our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of
I told her she's smart for that. Yeah, probably. This does lead to a lot of stress. Like, not necessarily like I'm stressed out all the time, but just seeing like our nation just kind of hit a bunch of rakes in a field, like hit their faces against a bunch of rakes. It's a little annoying to see, so I totally understand for people who just stay out of politics. That's how it should be for a lot of just people who, they just occasionally casually engage in politics.
experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence
Sideshow bobbing the rakes. For real.
agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions.
Well, I disagree, Garage Boss. He says, feels like there's nothing you can do to affect politics, to be honest. I disagree, and I think I don't blame you for having that feeling. A lot of people feel that way right now. But I feel voting is still incredibly important. And that's how a lot of people will get you to disengage from politics so they can put their narrative forth. Is that, oh, your vote doesn't matter, yada, yada, yada. No, your vote matters, especially, since we're in a representative government. But if you want to do more, you can always join protests, start your own YouTube account. I actually started mine for a couple reasons, but I remember IRI, somebody else who I watch, saying, every liberal should have their own stream so you guys can talk about this stuff and inform the people, and that kind of inspired me. And so there is still stuff you can do every day, just a little inch by inch, and it may not be, eventually it'll be the straw to break the camel's back, if you will. In the UK, we bring loads of people, give them shit, free housing. Well, I don't like that narrative just because that's what they say about the Democrats here, and we don't do that, We try people that do that. 2 and 4 year marks, voicing your opinion and actually willing writing your state senators. Oh yeah, that's a huge important part.
Over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination.
I do want to hear from
coming
Rubio
together
because this is all of his machinations right here. Get ready. He is so excited. He is so happy.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we say $50 million.
Excuse me.
And
We should make sure.
yeah, exactly. But
Don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is,
Why does Little Match look so short? I didn't know his name was so apt.
the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically,
Yeah,
likes
the
to
one
play
good
games.
thing about this country is, at least for right now, you can protest without worrying about being executed. Amen. I covered the Iran stuff last night, and it really broke my heart to see all these people want a new government, and their government isn't listening to them. But it also kind of broke my heart to see Trump not, like, his statement didn't stand with the people. It was more about American interest.
Time and thinks nothing's going to
5
happen.
years for comments online. Hey, I'm a big believer in free speech, so here we got the First Amendment for that bad girl.
And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this, we're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out, and I think people need to
Just straight fucking lies coming out of his
understand
mouth.
that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences.
Bro, he also revealed that he was going to that he wanted regime change. He just, you guys should have been a little more quiet. Everybody saw this coming.
If he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier.
President of peace, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, you can't say that, bro. You can't say he's the president of peace. This president doesn't just talk, right?
Guy had multiple opportunities.
That's kind of all he does. Did you see that one story where he put out like 200 truths in one sitting? I don't remember. It was a crazy amount.
Find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else.
Yeah, right. President of peace. We just invaded your country and took it over. We are the president. We are the peaceful president. I'm the peaceful president.
Right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy, and so now he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not. Generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well.
You mean games like what you're doing with the Epstein files? Bombing for peace, like fucking for virginity. For real, dude. This is so backwards.
And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night. And
Literal mafia boss. Yeah, I agree. Like, look at how Trump is looking at Marco right now. I would be so it's like when in the US, we have people who help kids with special like conditions and stuff like that, and they're called para. He's literally like a para looking over your shoulder right now. I voted for this. I need to get my head checked. Well, don't worry. Don't worry. You join the resistance now. And that's all that matters.
and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba?
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Listen, we were hurting at the time, Timmy. Don't beat yourself up too hard about it. We were hurting at the time. Like, a lot of Americans voted on the economy. And something else that is important is incumbent parties everywhere got thrown out. And, I can admit that we didn't run the best campaign in the world. So don't beat yourself up too much about it. There were a lot of factors that went into this, and it's not just one vote. You know what I mean? But hey, now you know next time. And I think that shows that like that ability to learn is very important. Did the economy get better afterwards? After the strikes? I don't think so. Let's actually... What do you guys think the Dow Jones at right now? You think it's going up or down? Yeah. It's up, but... Like, Biden was having a really... No, after changing... Oh yeah, the after Trump, it got way worse. I can't lie to you about that. It's this weird thing though, where the markets aren't really matching, they're not really matching how the public feels. You're seeing something interesting, where some markets will be up, like let's say the Dow Jones will be up, but the S&P goes down. It's really weird, and it's something I don't know if I don't know what to call it, but it's almost like the markets are disagreeing with where things should go. Check the whole market. What would I look up? Just whole market. Oh, whole market index fund. Oh, that's just Fidelity. Oopsie. I just look that up. Whole stock market. On a graph. Oh, just look up stock market. Okay, just check stock market exchange. Sorry, I am a little... The New York Stock Exchange. Here we go. This isn't, I don't think this is what I should be looking for. All markets collected. Graph. All right. Trading view. All right, now I think we're getting into the weeds. Hold on. Just let me look up the S&P. I've got an idea. Check GDP. Bad. Well, the thing about GDP is that it's actually been going up as well. but I do think... Here, hold on. I had an idea, actually. Because I think I can just go on... see, look, like I said, the S&P's down. It's really weird, dude. Like they're disagreeing. And I know sometimes that happens, but it's like continually like switching. It's very strange. Anyways, sorry, I kind of went off course, but yeah, a lot of the indicators are up. Well, it's not that a lot of the indicators are up, actually. Like, it's that there are indicators that are kind of disagreeing with each other. Like, and that we also don't have data on a lot of the, like the economy right now because the BLS, I think it was, put out a junk report that had the Black Friday prices and stuff. It was just not very good. So, and I mean, the stock market is hopefully always going to climb. You know what I mean? That's the hope. But I'm seeing weird indicators. I wouldn't say they're all up. Stuff are also released quarterly. That's true. Yeah, I'd be really interested to see where the economy is right now. I don't know, dude. It's like when I can only compare it because I was only really checking the stock market when Biden was in office, but it was pretty continual growth. You know, he had his off days, but it wasn't anything too crazy. But I never really saw like the markets disagreeing with each other. That was something that I'm only seeing just now. That may be common, but I don't know.
Mr. President, you said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to...
Bro, what is that question? Although my parents who are elderly got some 3K check for no reason for Social Security? That's weird. That was mid-December. I wonder why that was.
Rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but
and it'll be run by the oil companies. Huh. That sounds like it's going to be super democratic.
That's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by...
Yeah, it's a nice Christmas present. I'm happy for it, but it's a little... I mean, hey, I'm glad. I have messed up and could ask for them to... From your parents. Yeah, profitable, not necessarily good for the people. Yeah, exactly. We need to make sure, like, the job, like, this could be a disaster, dude. I'm just now thinking of all the this could be a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, the government might have messed up. That's true. You never know with this government.
Are also taken care of.
Mr. President,
does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground.
I say take it, you know what I mean? The government fucked up, they can they can suck it. I doubt they're looking for that. They're too busy looking at daycares right now and watching children to really care about that, I feel. Hey, what's up? Mikhail Mavutz. I hope I'm saying
So
that right.
we're not
Probably
afraid
not,
of boots
though.
on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain.
This government is watching kids, all right. Hey! Good one, for real. Like, where them Epstein files at, bro? You know the American people, like, signed a law and saying you had to do that. When's the last release been?
Very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost. We don't mind saying it.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't mind saying it. We're willing to put boots on the ground. Isn't that disgusting?
But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is not. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have
That was unsettling. It was.
gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is.
Oh, great, Trump. Yeah, tell the American people how risky this was. That's really going to make them excited for what's happening in Venezuela.
We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very
Freudian slip.
judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of.
Yes, he
We're
did.
going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them
What
get
is-
away with it. You know,
dude.
they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're
He
late.
put them there
We
in
did
his
something
first term, and they have been there the whole
about
time.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
please.
yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's
Can
all
you just
being
unpack that?
being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to
Who
people. We're
specifically?
designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to
Wow.
be running it.
That's horrifying. That is fucking horrifying, dude.
We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead.
Yeah, so what's the difference between U.S. territory taking overseas boots on the ground for what seems oil and profits and regime change and Russia taking Ukraine for oil and resources and yeah, exactly, dude. This is horrifying. When you truly think about it, dude.
country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So
Well,
you can look.
I think Russia is the biggest hypocrite, but truly, I mean, this is like, we shouldn't be doing this. It does make America seem like a hypocrite, honestly. They're very similar, although the Russian army makes the US army look like law-abiding citizens. That's true. Russia does like to bomb children's hospitals and infrastructure. They are fans of that.
Look at and others. We have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced
Hey,
out
I'm
of
not a fan of
Venezuela.
Israel by any means. I think a two-state solution is the only way forward for those people. No, I agree. Yeah, there are major flaws in our military strategy or our foreign policy strategy right now. It was a lot more cohesive back in the 2010s, but it seems as though we want to abandon our unipolar world order for a multipolar one.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is
well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in
Sure. We call members of Congress.
South Korea,
52nd.
Oh yeah, just you wait. No, 50 seconds gonna be Greenland, man, and then Canada, and then, like, this is so shitty, dude. This feels gross. I don't know.
Notification on it was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night
All
after
right,
night.
I think we've kind of gotten the gist of it, and I do have to get to the conduit video, but this is shocking news. I'm still processing it, to be honest, like what its geopolitical implications are and what the domestic implications here in the U.S. are. I don't even know, I'm at a loss for words, to be quite frank. Just on my general feeling of, I'm at a loss for words. This isn't how America does things typically. How long you on for? I'll probably be on for another 3 hours, I imagine. Maybe another 4 if I'm feeling it. It's a longer stream today. Typically, I'm only on for about 3 hours, but it's a longer stream today, so there might be a break in between, though, where I go grab some snacks, but I won't break up the stream. Usually, sometimes I end the stream and then start a new one, but yeah, we're in it for the long haul today, ladies and gentlemen. Probably go to bed in an hour or so. That's okay, Bill. I understand. Completely. Getting into this stream. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, God, this is so just shocking, dude. Like, I knew this just isn't how the U.S. does things, Never really watched them, but I like to be able to debate and talk. Yeah, of course. And I'm glad to have you here, man. To listen while I play my key collection. Well, there we go, man. Have a good time with that. That sounds like it's gonna be fun. But yeah, I was the same way as you, Garage Boss. I used to never really watch live streams too much, but I started watching, I think it was the H3 podcast actually that started me getting into streams, and then I started watching this dude who I'm an orbiter of, Loner Box, and he kind of brought me more into it. About Tales of Grace remaster? I haven't heard of that one. That one sounds cool.
We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, But it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
If I can add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak.
Hope you get bigger. Would be nice
This
to
would
have a
not
few
be
more
good.
people.
If they
Well,
leaked,
that's the hope. That's the hope. But I think we're doing good for where we started. You know, I started with like 25 subs from like when I used this channel as a sketch channel, and in the past 3 months we've really grown, I'd say.
I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were.
Sorry, we're not watching this anymore. My bad. Anyways, that is. I'm gonna check the YouTube front page, see if we have any more breaking news. I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that they are dropping some new Epstein files today. No, it's all about Venezuela, which is not shocking. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we'll watch that towards the end. Conduit, our good friend, put out a new video about the Roach King himself, Asmongold. It's about 2 hours in length, so we're in for the long haul with this one. Right, people who are on the fence. Oh yeah, dude, that's for sure, bro. That's for sure. Asmongold might flip. Well, you weren't here yesterday, but he was being, in this video we were watching, which we might finish, but it was pretty gross. He was just being racist, like using very blatant us versus them mentality, saying he wanted to radicalize people. I was shocked, to be honest. I had never in my life seen. It was just gross. Anyways, but Conduit at some point might come on the show. Not today, unfortunately. He something came up, but at some point he did say he wanted to come on and talk. So we will see. But again, we're here. Video from yesterday was so bad. He literally said he doesn't care about the news that shows the YouTuber lied. Give me a quick explainer. So for the Asmongold stuff, essentially what is going on is it's all about the Somali fraud stuff. There is a real fraud case in the pandemic era level funds for feeding our future. However, the Nick Shirley video, he just kind of went around daycares with a bunch of guys asking to look at their children. I don't know about you, but if I'm a daycare owner and somebody's doing that, I'm not letting them in. And some people were even nice enough to let him in, which, you know, but anyways. So essentially, Asmon's been watching coverage of that, and he essentially says something along the lines of, well, essentially that this is, you know, Somalians are trash, and we'll go over the video, and I'm sure Conduit covers it, but he was just being really racist yesterday, and it shocked me so much. I kind of just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I went over Nick Shirley's video in a previous stream and kind of poked holes in the whole daycare thing. Yeah, no wonder he's single. Yeah, I was just absolutely shocked that you could say that about. I mean, these are Americans, dude. Straight up, they're citizens. I couldn't believe it, dude. But anyways, I'm sure Conduit gets into it. He's single because of his hygiene, let's be fair. Yeah.
There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery. It seems like we won't have to. If you steal from a store, instant mandatory.
Dude, That's okay.
Prison
We're
time. I
just
would do
gonna have to let
mandatory
this
prison
go,
labor, and
because-
I would punish the people that wouldn't do it. But I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever. In general, there was a big
Amen, Timmy. Roach King is Timu Moist critical. Fucking man.
protest yesterday. People broke into the Capitol building, did all kinds of bad shit. Most reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace. This is the Gutex. Is there going to be civil unrest today? It is about as close to a call to violence as possible. That is almost verbatim.
Yeah, bro. Bringing back slavery. Dude, for a while, I thought Asman was savable. But he has been just going down this dark hole of, I don't even know what to call it, dude. I really think this comes from, if you hate somebody if you're racist, right? I feel like that comes from a place of, insecurity. I do. I feel like, oh my God, no way. Is that true? Bill, no way. Hold on. Chat, is this real? As they say. Hold on, I'm bringing it on screen. That is Asman's room. We're replacing the loser POV. One moment. Oh my God. Asman, you need to clean up, bro. That is horrible. It's a little small, but, wow. That gives me confidence, you know? I look at that and I'm like, oh, okay, I can clean up. I clean up a lot, actually. Yeah, that's disgusting. Literally, it's so gross, bro. See, that's kind of that's depression, dude. We need more people to that's what depression looks like. As a British man, we are strongly against this, and whatever you say about the English, we spent money and lives on stopping slavery over the world. Yeah, no, I agree. The British were on top of it when it come to, Europe itself was kind of a leader in that respect. Shows a few clips of Asman saying, "We are all tired of pretending we agree with them. I don't think he's changed. He just hit his power level." True. Yeah, I know, Timmy. I thought my stream setup was bad. Holy shit, I look like I clean, I must look like this is a sterile environment. You know? That gives me confidence, dude.
What Aragorn has said in Lord of the Rings in Helm's Deep. There's a lot of people out there that get left behind by the system. They get themselves into these real deep conspiracy theories, right? Some people find Jesus, some people find Alex Jones, some people find Antifa, but the end result of all of these things is dogmatic behavior.
Yeah, England took out a massive loan to end slavery. They took so long to pay off. I think the final payment was in 2013, very recent. That's great. I wish America would have caught on. You know what I mean? I wish we didn't have to have a fucking civil war about it. Well, I think any culture is susceptible to racism. You know what I mean? Just any society, really. If there's pain and suffering and a leader decides to blame another people rather than addressing their problems, then it's very, very easy to see racism taking hold, you know? Playing WoW in 2025, 2026, virgin as fuck. Hey, I'm not gonna hate on the WoW players, but I was never a WoW player, I'll be honest. It never appealed to me, but I don't know. That's just me.
behavior. It's a vicious cycle where like you get crazier and then more people don't want to talk to you, and more people don't want to talk to you, so you get crazier, and then more people don't want to talk to you because you're even crazier, and then you get even crazier than that. I think anybody who stepped foot inside that Capitol building yesterday should be charged. There is a process to changing how things are. Is it right to kill terrorists? Not without a trial. You don't just shoot people.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I agree completely. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Asmund, that's true.
Randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this? We have a system for dealing with people that break the law and are threats to society. Use the fucking system.
So if you guys don't know what Conduit does in these videos, essentially what he does is, yeah, I mean, Asmund seemed like this was before the radicalization, I feel. Or before some, like, I don't know, but what Conduit does in these videos is he watches a YouTuber, streamer, typically a streamer, for a week and reports back on what he learns. It's pretty interesting. He's a cool dude. Go give him a sub if you guys aren't already. Me and him are friends, so I know him personally. He's a cool dude. Yeah, he's beyond saving now. I mean, I'm still gonna try, you know what? I come from a base that people just aren't informed, and they make these rash decisions. So I'm always gonna try, but you know what I mean? Asmund is the radical one. It's you. Hey, good to see you, Atheist Channel. Good to see you. Glad you decided to stop by.
I don't even know where to begin with how to describe Asmongold to someone who's never heard of him, the dead rat he used as an alarm clock, or the fact that he's one of the biggest streamers in the world, likely because of the mindset that would use a dead rat as an alarm clock and freely admit to it. I will say—
You guys know the dead rat? You guys know the dead rat story? I think Asmund is here. Let's he might provide context, but let's just remind people who we're talking about. Let's just remind people who this is, by the way. Cade and Conduit bonding over getting screwed by Spider. I'm telling you. Alright, this is dead rat.
Get the dead rat out?
context.
I don't need to anymore. It doesn't smell bad. It would. The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream. Because basically what happened was, whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then it would start smelling again, and then the smell would wake me up. So I would use the rat effectively as an alarm clock, and as soon as it, you know, it got hot enough, it would wake me up, and then I would know, oh shit, it's time to stream. Have you guys ever done that before?
Bro, what the fuck is that question? I missed what you said. You good, that guy. Misread what you said. Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, God, that's disgusting. You know, that's just like gives me like an upset stomach. It's grim, yeah. Grim and grime.
Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. I mean, you guys know what it is. Yeah, it is what it is, right, guys? Yeah, it is what it is.
Bro, what? No, dude, that's not good. Bro, there is something wrong. If you use a dead rat, the smell of a dead rat as an alarm clock. Vulgar.
Say that if it weren't for his politics, he'd
Just
probably be the
vulgar.
platonic ideal of a streamer. someone who can spend hours a day enthusiastically yapping about anything, but mainly video games. In a similar experience to reconnecting with an old friend. But then you hear the political takes and it becomes less like reconnecting and more like getting cornered at the high school reunion. Still, the man dominates in the streaming space with 2.2 million followers on Twitch, 30,000 concurrent viewers, and over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, despite never really changing up his core format, where some streamers will grow into new settings, bigger guests, more production value, fancier shot callers. Asmongold's brief expansions have found him ultimately reverting back to his starting point. What bits of Asmongold I've encountered myself are the clips that get passed around on social media, so I want to see whether they were a good representation of what he actually believes.
I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of...
This is the type of guy you see on the news at 10 TVD of CP on his computer. Asmon? Yeah, I mean, there's no accusations of Asmon doing anything with minors. I just want to make that apparent. But I know what you mean. Using something dead shows the sociopath is, if that's a word. Yeah, no, I see what that shows something like deeply wrong. Asmon is the perfect example of why I advocate so hard for mental health and therapy. Like, dude, you should not be using a dead fucking rat. I can't. How does that even. Bro. Oh, his name is Zach? Like, that doesn't feel right. It feels like a Randy. Oh, definitely. Maybe a Marshall. But, great. We have Asmongold reacting to Nick Fuentes. Great. The combo that is just bound to make America better, eh?
Win.
Or if he's just been taken out of context all this time. And so, I watched his streams for a week, and I'm gonna tell you what I learned. And if you enjoy my suffering, please subscribe to my Patreon, no obligation. Starting in 2026, I'm gonna start providing more rewards there than just the opportunity to give me money, which I do greatly appreciate.
Oh man, another day, huh? Another fucking day.
We begin where we'll end, in Asmongold's attic, and much like the Shel Silverstein poem, though the house is dark and shuttered, I can see someone inside looking out.
Oh. Oh God. Oh. Oh shit. Come to your name of VTuber without the letter B. Iron Mouse, literally in 1 second. Yeah, Iron Mouse, Fillion, Silvervale. Who is this retard? Anyway, it's gotta just be engagement bait, right? It just pissed me off. I saw it, right? Well, that's true. Yeah, being fat is disgusting. But, you know, unfortunately, Twitch doesn't agree with me.
If you were looking for some kind of filter between the mouth and the mind, for better or worse, you're in the wrong place. Probably should have warned you earlier, but,
when do we boycott Twitch? I mean, you are right now. There are millions of dollars that get evaporated from Twitch because they have to pay for my web hosting.
It surprised me to find out it's true that the web hosting for a major streamer is this expensive.
This man has all the necessary resources to fix his life. He could easily get counseling or cleaners, but he doesn't because he's afraid he'll lose what makes him special textbook depression. Literally. Amen. Yeah, I felt that. And I know exactly how that feels, and you gotta break that cycle, dude. Like, straight up, you have to break that cycle, or else your life really will just become dreary and dark. Yeah. Completely.
However, that's a cost Twitch definitely understands and accepts, given that they've had more than one opportunity to drop Asmongold, and CEO Dan Clancy has a well-known deference for Hassan, who's on the opposite end of the political spectrum. In the lead-up to talking about Hassan's China trip, Asmon watches a video about a fancy Huawei laptop.
If you search 1989, it explodes.
Which segues into a conversation about his broader view of capitalism.
So the U.S. doesn't practice free market capitalism? Wait, no, of course we don't. Like, I mean, not in an ultimate sense. Why would anybody? Oh God, it's a dishonest retard. I don't even want to read it. It's gonna make me mad. If you don't have a regulated free market, you won't have a free market. You're gonna have a few guys that get in control of it, and then now they're the regulators. Why do you think that we have to have a rule against monopolies? Do we have to have a rule against, selling products for free? No, we don't really have a law against that because it's not business. It's not business efficient.
Selling products for free. How would that work, Hasman? That's interesting.
Do that.
There are rules against setting prices too low because companies seeking to create a monopoly can just starve out competition.
I didn't really get a lot of sleep last night, if you want me to be honest, so I'm probably having a few misfires. I want the Chinese government to get obliterated? Well, then you should hope for the Chinese people to do that. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? You know, we can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right?
Tucker Carlson's morning newsletter mentions Hassan's trip to China.
Uh-oh, look who it is. It's speak English, right? So it's just electric dog.
Asman actually calls it out as disingenuous.
This is right-wing stuff that's disingenuous in the same way that Hassan can be about left-wing stuff. Don't defend Hassan. I'm not defending Hassan. I'm just defending what I think is true. And I think that if you have to attack people based off of things that aren't true, maybe the reason is because you're actually wrong. I think that sometimes people like to misinterpret things intentionally and then get mad at them for that.
The president of Syria and ex-Al-Qaeda member Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani met with President Trump at the White House, which is a sentence that would probably kill the average person from 2004.
You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And apparently that's what's happening. This is crazy. This guy is a head-chopping ISIS guy. Everybody has, a rough past, right? I mean, things happen. I think it'd be nice if we just didn't have an endless war with the Middle East. And if that means we got to invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist, but you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jawlani and members of his government have actually overseen executions.
It's cheap. You just, what do you got to buy them food? Like, that's it?
Okay, but that actually is racist. A lady at a wrestling show got mad at one of the wrestlers, leading to her getting forced away by him.
Fat Karen versus a big ass dude. There is no need to be going around and touching people. You don't need to be doing that. You can't understand the mind of a fat person. It just doesn't, there's no logic to it, right? It's just it's
What?
probably maybe he had food. Maybe she thought he had food or something.
The fat jokes are going to be a frequent occurrence. You will not be spared. Someone posted a meme in Asmongold's subreddit about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad, if you recall that controversy.
Yeah, I don't know how this happened. This was so stupid.
But that's not important. What is important is Asmongold's perspective on intelligence related to someone's susceptibility to manipulation.
So it's easy to take advantage of a middle intelligence person, and it's harder to take advantage of a smart person, and it's also harder to take advantage of a dumb person. And they never question themselves, and anything that reaffirms what they already believe about themselves, they will instantly agree with it, right? And so because of that, you can prey on people's biases and you can take advantage of them that way.
Depends on how you qualify it, but generally speaking, there's no level of intelligence that immunizes from being taken advantage of or scammed, and there's evidence to say that being smarter would actually make it more likely. I want you to hold this in your mind as we go along.
And smart people can do that too. They can, but I think that with big groups like Reddit, it's very easy to do that because of the groupthink that it kind of reinforces. And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases.
Some news about the LGBT community in China.
Apple removes 2 gay dating apps in China. I've always said this, and I'll say it again. Every company, all they do is they make money. China hates gays. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know if they hate gays, but my understanding is that they're not, as progressive as necessarily we are.
The Chinese government is getting worse about gay rights, even as the people are slowly becoming more accepting.
I never even think about whether a guy is gay or not, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's weird. But it just never even comes into my fucking my orbit of thinking.
People.
Yeah, who cares?
You know what I mean?
Steam announced new hardware for 2026.
A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box. Dreams come true. My best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own. And my best advice for people that are buying their own, there are 2 things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard.
My knowledge of tech is limited, but I think this is good advice. Someone made a dating sim and included Asman as a character.
Okay.
I have forbidden you to wash your hair.
What?
I I do not wish to see what little hair that remains get washed away.
Are you kidding me?
I'm tired.
Who did this? Sounds nothing like you. That's okay. I mean, again, I don't really care, okay?
And then he gets to a post about someone fanficking Hollow Knight characters as queer.
Tell me that you have issues with your sexuality without telling me, well, actually, you are telling me that you have issues with your sexuality. What a weirdo. Like, putting all these sexualities on different characters in a video game, this is one of the really weird things that, like, a lot of these, like, gender warriors do, is that they try to rewrite everything to include themselves. Whitewashing? Well, I'd say this is rainbow washing.
I'm sure Asmund won't do something just like this before the end of the week.
I mean, I don't think anybody cares about this kind of stuff, right? The people that do are kind of weirdos. What's next? Smurfette is trans. You'd really be surprised.
Matthew McConaughey and My Cocaine apparently pulled an Ariel and sold their voices to an AI company in exchange for human legs. And Asmund takes it as an opportunity to talk about people on Twitter who dislike AI.
There's like a few weirdos on Twitter that are like constantly at war with AI, and they think that somehow they're going to win. AI is inevitable. Here's how you know that there are only a few people that actually care. That's how you know. It's because you don't listen to what people say, you listen to what they do.
I think this is an imperfect argument because it assumes people playing know it uses AI and that people who oppose AI have equally absolute opinions about it.
Never, because people are retarded. They're going to say things they don't really believe. They're going to say the way that they think should be, the way they think things should be, rather than the way they are. AI is a massively positive and massively popular thing, and don't let a handful of furries on social media convince you otherwise.
A Moroccan immigrant in Portugal mugged someone, which is proof that Europe is being overtaken by criminal foreigners who all need to be removed.
I would never want to go to Europe to vacation.
Europe.
And the reason why is that the police don't protect you.
The murder rates in every European country are drastically lower than in the United States, and overall crime has trended downward the last 2 decades.
So yeah, that's Africa, brother. I mean, like, well...
And Asmongold misses someone doing a racism.
What was it? Morocco? Morocco is like, yeah, that's in Africa. It's at the top of Africa. Yeah, that's in Europe, bro. Like, what do you mean? Poland I would go to, okay?
He watches a video about China making robots.
I mean, we're obviously going to make robot slaves that do our activities at home for us. And I think that's a good thing, by the way. This is a great thing. Now, instead of, because we won't have to bring back slavery. A lot of people have been talking. There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery.
Who said that?
It seems like we won't have to, because we're going to have...
Bro, bringing back slavery. That's been a big... Has that been a big, What the fuck was that? Has that been a big topic, Asmund? I haven't been hearing about that. Maybe I'm not in touch with the kids, though. Who's asking to bring back slavery?
Robots instead, and I don't know what we're gonna do with all those people. Maybe we're just gonna kill them.
And a clip of people making Lord of the Rings jokes about racial crime statistics.
Orcs only make up 13%.
No! Hey, I didn't say it, okay?
Meme the other day where it was like, the Shire's losing population. Should the hobbits more? Should we import goblins?
And that allows me to segue into a story about actual immigration. Greece is trying to test...
not one person has ever mentioned it, right? Like, who's talking about this, Asmund?
Immigrants to confirm their ages. One aspect of it, which supersedes the others, is a wrist x-ray that doctors have criticized as having up to a 2-year margin of error. And opting out automatically lists you as an adult. So there's no way to know if these numbers are accurate.
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids? Ugh. So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
Only if they're going to star in a CW show.
It's always like that? Yeah, that's why you can't let them in. You shouldn't let them in. I say it all the time. I don't know why they do that. And to appear not racist? Yeah, I guess so.
And now we've reached Hassan in China. Police Story is such a good movie, you guys. Lonerbox gives the consensus opinion here.
How moronic do you have to be to go to China, a country that you're clearly planning on doing propaganda for, to get your narrative contradicted on fucking day one, where some cops come up to...
Oh, God! That's what happens. You can never be wrong. And when you can never be wrong, you end up never being right.
Hold on to that one because it's time for Trump and Epstein, with the emails released by Democrats after the government shutdown ended.
Dean Weathers says the new Epstein story is 100 times bigger than Watergate. That's way bigger.
Asman's perspective is that Trump is in the wrong, but he probably didn't do anything, but both parties are bad, and the emails Democrats released are misleading, which means Trump is bad, but he isn't a pedo. If that sounded confusing, let me massage your brain until it is comfortably smooth. Asman says he's willing to believe that Trump is implicated in Epstein's crimes if there's evidence, but he's not willing to accept the evidence. Here's Asman's reaction to the revelation that Trump spent time with the victim at Epstein's home for several hours.
That doesn't mean that he knew that the person was a victim at all. Like, just because you interact with somebody that was a victim doesn't mean that you know the details of what happened to them.
Trump in this email, a quote, dog that hasn't barked by Democrats on a House oversight.
It's interesting that he agrees with the release of the emails as a tactic to pressure Trump to release the files, even as he doubts their legitimacy.
I'm glad this came out, even though I think that there's a high probability that it could be fake, misleading, or misunderstood or misinterpreted. Yeah, I think they should release everything completely unredacted besides victims' names and obviously photographs that could be problematic. Oh, it could make somebody look bad? Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile. But like, if you know who the victims are, you know who the survivors are, obviously you word filter search the name Trump, right? Can't you just do that for the victims and then just omit those two?
The process of redaction is much more intensive to guarantee there's no way to retrieve information that's removed through various recovery techniques in the paper and the data.
I don't think there's hard evidence that commits Trump to doing anything weird with Epstein. If there was, I think they would have already released it. And if there is, I think that there is as much,
by the
if
way,
not more.
Is that that's not true. We knew there were indictments going on with Ghislaine Maxwell, so we were investigating when we were in office.
More hard evidence against Democrats doing it too. So coping so hard? Well, I'm not coping. I'm just being logical. I don't care. If Trump was in the Epstein files, I would want to know about it. My conspiracy theory is that I think that both parties have a piece of the Epstein files. And because of that, they don't want to release it because I think there is a third party. My opinion is that the most likely candidates for that third party are Israel, China, Russia, in that order, that have the entire Epstein files. And if these files are released in a partial amount, they will then be released by this foreign third party in their entirety.
It's always Israel. At this point, no, I don't think I'll ever actually be numb to that.
These mails are nothing new. They were already released in 2024.
These emails were not released in 2024. Separate info from the Epstein case was ordered unsealed by a judge in 2023 related to a Ghislaine Maxwell defamation case, but did not contain much information not already known to the public.
Virginia Giuffre has testified multiple times that President Trump did nothing, and she never even saw him at Epstein's house.
Additionally, Greg Price, whose Twitter he's looking at here, is a conservative journalist who got in trouble in 2022 for editing the audio of John Fetterman in his Senate debate to make his ability to speak sound worse, which is the exact same criticism Asman has of these emails for their redactions.
So it's bullshit? Wait, what? You can tell that he's lying by his eyebrows, like some merchant or something like that that's going to sell you snake oil. I don't understand. It's obviously not a White House cover-up. I mean, was Biden covering it up for...
He seriously said Garcia has eyebrows like a smiling merchant? That's just a dog whistle right after
4 years.
Israel?
Biden wasn't covering up the case. The case was still open for Ghislaine Maxwell's trial until her last appeal was denied in October of 2025. He did not have the authority to intercede in the case to reveal the evidence, and doing so could have given Maxwell grounds for an appeal.
I mean, what are we talking about, a White House cover-up? I mean, if anything, I feel like Trump is really kind of a piece of shit. It's like if you can't even find any evidence of Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, like why are you going and dragging their name in the mud by saying this if you can't even prove it? That's crazy. The problem is that we can all sit around and theorize on a reason, but we don't really know what the reason is. That's the truth. Nobody really knows. And I think that's why nobody trusts him.
There's a difference between the standard of evidence to convict someone of a crime and the standard necessary to recognize with reasonable certainty that until exonerating evidence emerges, the most likely explanation is the correct one. I doubt Asman would say that O.J. Simpson didn't kill two people just because the glove didn't fit. Asmongold reads the GOP Oversight Committee's Twitter response to the Democrats and uses their reasoning to dismiss the emails.
So they released something that was already unredacted, and then they re-redacted it again, and they're trying to think that it's new. Are you seriously? Oh my God. It's a clown show? Yeah, there's no way. Like,
and the fix is in.
If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
I'm going to put a pretty big if at the start of this just because I might be misinterpreting what I've seen, and this isn't about the victim herself, but what Asmongold is saying about these emails. If I've read what Virginia Giuffre has said correctly, she claims to have only interacted with Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was employed there, and a couple of times at parties, and said nothing bad happened between them. However, the emails released suggest that she talked with Trump for hours at Epstein's home, which would contradict her testimony. Giuffre isn't alive to correct the record, but if Democrats were willing to lie as Asmon suggests, it would be to their benefit to leave the name unredacted, as it would undercut the testimony frequently cited to say that Trump did nothing wrong. But they didn't, at the wishes of the family who have condemned Republicans for revealing her identity and not Democrats for being dishonest. I won't speak to the rest of the sexual assault accusations against Trump, because even if they relate to the broader context of Trump's relationship with Epstein and how you should interpret these emails overall, I think that might widen the focus too much from what these initially released emails say specifically.
I think people aren't really understanding what happened here. The victim might be afraid. She's dead. She said that she didn't have any problems with Trump and Trump was fine. She went on record and said that.
Again, these emails contradict her testimony, not the other way around.
So the reason why they redacted her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing.
And again, it would have been more beneficial for Democrats to leave the name unredacted, but they did it anyway per the wishes of the family.
Why is Trump not releasing all of it? I think that is a great question. That is an incredible, amazing, great question, and I think people should be asking that all the time.
Asmon will not consider whether this conclusion might be based on where he gets his news from.
How do you solve this problem with the corruption? You don't. The reality is that this problem will probably never go away.
And that is why you shouldn't try to better your life, because you might fail, so it's easier to fail.
We will find out the nature of the Epstein files when we are on Social Security, if Social Security still exists by then.
You must all go and spread the word of frowning!
Because this is never going to go away until everybody that was involved, and everybody who was even involved secondarily, is dead.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
And I think even then, we won't really know what happened. And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No. No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with. And he's also done things that I disagree with.
I feel so exasperated watching this because it feels like I should be trying to convince Asmongold to change his mind about these things. But if he comes away from hearing about these emails still thinking that Trump is preferable as the most powerful person in the world, I don't know what else I could say.
But I think that both of them are inadequate candidates. That's why I didn't vote for either one of them. Even though I am much more aligned with Trump, that doesn't mean that I totally agree with Trump. I just view him as the lesser of two evils.
So Asmon thinks that Trump is the lesser of two evils. What would Asmon actually want if he were president?
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country. I would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylum. And I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%. Maybe not 100%. The goal would be 100%. But the beginning would be 80%. I would completely remove any illegals from the census as well.
Illegal aliens are on the census because otherwise resources would get misallocated and areas with illegal immigrants wouldn't receive enough to provide for those with legal status either.
I would even take people that were residents of the country. If they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job, I'd deport them too.
This would basically trap immigrants already in America in their jobs, leading to greater abuse, while also being ignorant of historical data that shows immigrants yield greater returns on their labor than what they cost to take care of.
Oh, I'd add 2 additional tax brackets for people that are wealthy, for people that are making above $5 and $10 million.
That is a good idea.
Oh, I would double the amount of the money that we put on policing.
Functionally useless, but it'd probably feel nice. The issues with policing aren't directly correlated to funding. They're related to excessive force, corruption, and overall relationship with the population they are entrusted with.
If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole a paintbrush. I don't want to live in a world where people steal. I don't want to live in a world where there's violence, hostility, aggression, and turmoil. So just put them in jail.
Simple. I would make it to where every prisoner had an extended sentence by about 30 to 50%, and they could work in
That's
prison
really what this
to
is.
reduce their
I'm
sentence
a
that got
scaredy cat.
increased
I'm afraid
back
of
down to
everything. People can hit rock bottom. I've been there. Yeah, it's
what it was if they wanted to work in prison.
I don't.
And I
don't
would do
understand. Like, it's so sad because these services are so valuable, and people like Asman just dismiss them.
mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it.
This is a violation of the 8th Amendment for cruel and unusual punishment, the 13th Amendment because it's not punishment for the crime they're in prison for, the 14th Amendment because it's a violation of due process, probably the 5th Amendment for double jeopardy, the 9th Amendment just because it's fun, and the 10th Amendment because this isn't a power specifically given by the Constitution to the president, unless in this hypothetical he managed to get this through Congress.
Would you be president? Would you be authoritarian? I mean, I think people would say that I was, but I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever. Wouldn't reducing the root problems that result in people stealing prevent people from stealing instead of just adding more people to the prison industrial complex, which is designed to make them repeat offenders? Well, they wouldn't have a chance to be repeat offenders because they'd be stuck in jail forever working. And if they're a repeat offender, that's great. Now we have another worker.
I guess we know who was excited about bringing back slavery then.
The idea that poverty causes this to happen is a complete removal of an individual's agency. If you give people more opportunities and more abilities to do things and have a degree of ownership in their own life, then yeah, there are going to be less crimes. So I agree with you. But there will still be crimes after that goes away because there are people that commit crimes that do have money too. After all, people, universal healthcare? Yeah, we'd have universal healthcare because we'd get rid of all the people that are causing problems.
People causing problems, the way Asmongold implies, are not the main impedance to universal healthcare. These ideas contradict each other. You can't create a society without violence and turmoil while aggressively enforcing laws with maximum punishment. You simultaneously need a populace willing to go along with and enforce that system, which creates the dehumanization that leads to greater violence. All the while, they need to bear the increased cost of social services that would face more strain from fewer people being able to pay into it.
Did you ever steal previously? Yeah, I've stolen tons of things. And you know why? It's because I knew I wouldn't get in trouble. Better social services? Yeah, absolutely. I'd give people food stamps. We'd give people, I would invest a lot into autonomous driving cars. They will reduce a number of different industries that are massively, I think, a tax burden.
I have no idea why Asmongold thinks this. Maybe there's some logic to it I'm not seeing.
Did you steal when you were an adult? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, multiple times. Tons of times.
Wait, but then why?
How about social parasites? Citizens can be freeloaders too. There are going to be social parasites, and there are going to be useless eaters, and there are going to be retards. And you know what?
How can you talk about people like that? Useless eaters. That's just so disgusting to talk about your fellow man like that. Useless eaters. I can't believe I heard him say that. I mean, I can, but just so disgusting and uncaring for your fellow man.
What? That's fine. We're always going to get some of those.
Yeah,
that's the way it goes.
Social currency,
how would you build up universal income? By taxing corporations that utilize a tremendous amount of automation and then making them have to help pay for it. And if they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy and I would heavily tariff them.
Why would they automate when they could just use cheap prison labor in that case? And why would the American market be so valuable at that point when the population is spending so much more of its wealth and resources on maintaining the strict social systems that are implemented?
I have a lot of other ones that are, some of them are a little bit more not stream sufficient, right?
Oh,
I am incredibly worried about what those could be. But
I don't blame you, Conduit. What do you mean by that, Asman?
I guess it makes sense given his response to a TikTok compilation of women losing their jobs in the next video he watches.
Total Karen obliteration. Absolute Karen destruction.
These aren't Karens by any stretch of the definition. All they've done is say they lost their jobs. Actually, I don't know what Asmongold's definition of a Karen is. Later on, he explains the attitude that makes someone a Karen, but he'll still apply the moniker to basically every woman that crosses his screen in an unflattering way.
I think that there's a lot of people in these PR, marketing, and fake jobs at these companies, and the companies are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, we don't need to pay this girl to come here and drink boba tea for 8 hours and then complain that somebody said something that made her mad. and they just fire her.
As Asmongold will come to understand over the course of this video, that is incredibly not what's happening.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80% of the staff, and nothing changed to the product. In fact, I think the product got better.
Twitter did not get better. Monetization of
Yeah,
posts has
Twitter
created
just
an
got
incentive
fucking-
structure for people to post the most salacious rage bait possible, like the one Asmon got caught in earlier, in order to get more views.
It just pissed me off. I saw it, right?
Musk has had the website intentionally altered when it doesn't give him enough attention, or it corrects his unsubstantiated claims. For example, when he said Joe Biden stranded an astronaut on the International Space Station. Also, Musk himself has said that he would unban at least 2 accounts that were removed due to posting CSAM.
Every single
What?
other business owner in
That's
the world
crazy.
saw
I
that.
did not
It's
know
bot
about
crazy now.
that.
YouTube is bot crazy too, but YouTube didn't fire 80% of its staff. So is Facebook.
This is where it starts to sink in what's actually happening.
So 13 million people have been laid off in America. How many people are in the U.S. workforce? 10%. Oh my God. A little bit less, but still. Holy shit. The
Twitter's
reality.
gotten worse. The Nigerian romance scammers have gotten worse. Oh yeah, dude. Well, it's just a Nazi pit hole now, dude. Like straight up. I don't go on Twitter because
Is
I know
that
what it
these
is.
decisions are made in order to maximize
gross,
shareholder
and
value.
it's
That
sad
is
to
true
see
to
in
an
our
extent.
nation.
The priorities and obligations of corporate boards are to seek greater returns on investment, but the goal of a CEO and the goals of a corporation are not always in complete alignment. The average tenure of a CEO does not match the average lifespan of a company, so the goal is to maximize the amount of money they have by the time the CEO leaves, which means that they can ignore long-term strategy in pursuit of short-term gains, which then become the next CEO's problem. For an example of this, see the 2008 financial crisis.
People that work in Amazon fulfillment centers, that's probably the least fulfilling job that you could ever
Go on Twitter just to fuck with the scammers. Well, I know a lot of people that are on Twitter, you know. I just personally, like, the Nazi stuff really depresses me, to be honest.
have. People take these jobs because they have to, not because they want to.
Yes, but eliminating the job doesn't solve the problem of a person needing a job. It's just reducing their options.
They're trying to plot a trajectory for where their business is going to be. So right now it's doing some people's jobs, and later on it's going to be doing everybody's jobs, or more people's jobs.
And again, as Asmongold is about to see, they aren't just letting go of people who don't do anything.
A perfect example of this that we saw earlier this year was when Microsoft let go of Ron Buckton.
That's right. They fired because they didn't need him.
Suddenly discovered to be a
Yep.
slacker after 18 years of promotions? Or is it that executives looked at a spreadsheet, saw his senior level salary, and decided that number was too big?
I do think that, like, I mean, to be fair, like, I'm in general in favor of AI, but I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied.
Earlier this week that was talking about the fact that last year there were 1.2 million graduates for 17,000 jobs.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
Without validating the premise of his description, because that's not how immigration works, put simply, expanding the population isn't a zero-sum substitution of laborers. The necessities of immigrants provide the demand for new services that allow companies and social programs to grow their customer base and funding.
There used to be a retard that would sit there with a screwdriver and screw a bolt into a tire and get paid the equivalent of $75 an hour, live in a beautiful house, have every benefit that he wanted, have a family that he supported, 2 cars and a boat, and go on vacations.
This is what happens when propaganda is too effective. This belief is based on the visualizations used in ad campaigns merging with stories of expanded workers' rights. Things got better, but the reason we have that imagery is because that's what people aspire to. If they already had it, it wouldn't work in advertising.
What do we do about it? Well, you have to tax companies that are using automation in a way that, you know, you can redistribute the money into the population. But, like, it's not going to happen. I think we're going to have to bring back somehow, like, slavery or something like that. Like, I don't know, maybe feudalism.
Fuck?
It's one or the other. Maybe both. Or you could have a plague. Maybe all 3.
And once that's done, we can finally eradicate all the Puerto Ricans on the planet!
Wall Street literally rewards human suffering. And some
Well, yeah, of course. There's a lot of money you can make off of people being sick.
of you may own
I went into the fucking...
Just fucking disgusting. Like, I can't believe people say this type of stuff. It just baffles my mind. It shows an uncaring for their fellow man.
Cancer fucking, the oncology place. I felt like I was walking into the Hilton fucking hotel with my dad. He got pancreatic cancer. And I walk in there, I say, oh, there ain't no way they're curing this shit.
It's not like that as a show of wealth.
Yeah,
it's because
you can't
cancer
take
treatment
that
is
back.
awful, and treatment centers try to make things as comfortable as possible for what minimal relief it can provide.
She is right.
Two parents working, they only think of rich people. Yeah.
About everything, and it doesn't matter. Nobody knows how to think. Everybody is going to be turned into a battery, and that's just the way it's going to be.
I'm not sure how to square Asmund believing in AI as something that's good for humanity, while also seeing it as something that will help facilitate the destruction of people's general happiness.
I think that if things keep going the way that they do, we are going to have a eugenic effect of the lowest IQ people literally die because they can't take care of themselves. No way, ChatGPT will take care of them. Well, it will tell them, no, you don't want a soda today. You want to drink bleach. And they'll be like, really? Okay, all right.
And as you can see from the smiling mask behind Asmongold's head, the next video he watches is an anti-Semitic...
Sorry, I didn't see that. Bill, let me click on that link here. One moment. Twitch streamer Asmongold recently shared that he went almost 3 months without showering. Oh my god. And left his skin feeling healthier than ever. Reflecting on the stretch of extreme hygiene negligence, he joked it felt like a Pokemon evolution, comparing himself to Geodude turning into Graveler. According to him, he even stopped noticing temperature changes altogether. Ugh. That's fucking disgusting. Thank you, Bill. Much appreciated. So gross.
right-wing nutjob, and I don't mean that as an insult, I mean in his video about the Inquisition he asserts anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. You can check out this guy's video if you want a full breakdown, telling us why the Crusades, which killed millions of innocent people, were good actually because at least it was in the name of defeating Muslims.
Ridley Scott, the director of the film, is an atheist, so we can see why he deliberately decided to portray things this way. The events are held as a staple of why we need separation of church and state.
Asmund can recognize that it's propaganda, but much like Hassan, he basically leans in.
Reminds me of this headline. Come on. Oh, I knew you. World's dirtiest man dies in Iran at 94, a few months after first wash. Oh, jeez.
Into it anyway.
By 900 AD, Islam had expanded, by conquest, all the way to France and southern Italy.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
They turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole.
Yes, he does. Bill's quick with the links, by the way. I really appreciate that, brother.
This crashed the European economy and made...
Wait, so you're telling me that all the way back then, they were going out...
Oh, yeah, I know. I was just... You're right. I do need to show that. Oopsie. One moment. Yeah, he's a fucking gremlin, dude. It's just so gross. Like, why do you... It just shows, in my opinion, it shows a classic example of why mental health needs to be taken more seriously. Oh, S&P is... Yeah, we saw it already. He died after his first... Like, months after his first shower. That's so sad to see. Do you think he had some vital, like, ingredient in the dirt? Don't get him wet, don't feed him after midnight. For real, dude. Maybe that's why he's been on this whole thing. He's been eating after midnight.
Fucking with boats.
All right,
and now they're still going out fucking with boats. 1,000 years. Been dealing with these guys fucking with boats.
According to the UN, an estimated 32,000 people have died since 2014 trying to reach Europe by boat.
Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe.
The label Dark Ages is a misnomer based on the premise of this period in history not having a significant number of written records, which in itself is also not true.
Here's how historian John J. O'Neill describes the circumstances.
John J. O'Neill is not a historian. I couldn't find any actual mention of him on the internet outside of the ebook PaxTube is citing here. Oh,
that's so funny, dude. Historian. This is so crazy to say that the Islamic Golden Age was because of them robbing Europe. Like, that's fair, but that's the extract SJW woke's old argument. His kin hate about European dominance. Very true. Very true.
Oh boy, burning cross imagery.
Who's controlling Jerusalem right now? I actually don't even know.
Hassan doesn't know what the Western Wall is, but Asmongold doesn't even know where it is.
Jewish people have it now. Israel has it now. So all this was for fucking nothing. I'm sorry, but like I cannot get over the irony of the Muslims and the Christians fucking fought and killed each other over Jerusalem for like 1,000 years, and now the Jews have it. Neither of us have it. The Jews have it now. But I do think that it seems like the Crusades were not a universal, like one-dimensional moral evil. I think that seems to be the case.
Nope, millions died. The threat to individual people on the ground does not justify the actions undertaken in the name of conquest and empire by kings and popes. Lastly, Asmon gets triggered by a video game review.
Yeah, I know. Imagine wanting to undo all the work people like Martin Luther King, people like our own president, Abraham fucking Lincoln, did to advance this society, and he just wants to run it all back. So gross. And I say this a lot. These people do hate America. They hate what America represents, that ideal of freedom, justice. You know, they don't like that. And so necessarily they don't like America. Simple as that.
Eurogamer is totally captured by identity politics and progressive values. And all these people are losing their jobs, and we're going to send them all back to McDonald's. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them you should take with a massive grain of salt, even including me. I said there's never a book in cursive. I don't need to read that. But I never read books either.
It was the same thing you were talking earlier, where like people grind for games because they don't have anything else going on in real life.
And
when I
that
would go
was just
from,
day
like,
one.
Silver 2 to Silver 1, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm so sick. I'm killing it in real life.
You feel like you're not wasting your time.
Exactly.
Like there is no better feeling than to play video games all day and to go to bed and know you did something. And I felt that way a lot, but the problem was for me is I turned like 27 because I was like, man, I've been doing this for like 10 years nonstop, and my friend just got married, and my other friend has a job, and I have I've got this new mount, you know, it's pretty cool.
You said a quote years ago that really fucked me up. You're on Facebook, and you see all these middle-aged women post about the Minions movie, taking their kids out to the movie theater, and then you realize those middle-aged women were your classmates in high school, bro.
It's a real reality check. I had to lay down after that one.
Yep.
Yeah. And well, I think that also, like, a lot of these games, right? I mean, they do kind of, like, they're super cheerful, they're really happy, and so I think that they do have like a big appeal to people that are kind of like feeling empty, or they don't really have something going for them in real life, and then so they play these games and it makes them feel better. Usually whenever I'm laying in bed.
Damn. That was a little closer to how he probably feels. And you have bugs in your house acting like Joe Apartment. Good job, Gold, right?
I'm just on my phone. Like, video games to me, it's like, oh, that's work, right? Like, because usually, like, what I do is
video games to me, that's work right there.
Just read Twitter and then respond to people on Twitter. I'll be like, yeah, you're fat, something like that, right?
Well, that's a strong indicator for how today's gonna go.
So
guys, trans in bathrooms.
ATSTs, ATS.
All I will say, by the way, sorry, something comes up every time, is that you notice the talking point of the trans in bathrooms has kind of gone away. And you know why that is? Because when people did studies, they found almost no trans women going into bathrooms and trying to hurt girls. What they found was it was mostly straight white men. Going into bathrooms and being predators. That's what they found. So that's why that's fallen out of favor. And now they say, oh, they're just trying to trans your children. It's always a goalpost shift, dude. Like, just let people be who they want to fucking be. It's so shocking that this is what a certain part of America has become. Just vicious and hateful. Yeah, a few fringe incidents, and then it's like, then that becomes the narrative, or they tried to make that become the narrative. But what we found, unfortunately, is that American men seem to have a problem with that more. And I think we should address that. We should, instead of just being like, oh, that's not a good talking point, the Republicans should be like, this is a problem. We need to expand mental health. You know, we need to catch these people earlier. We need to do so much. And instead, yeah, it's mostly a family member doing bad things to their own kids, which is so heartbreaking. But because he doesn't use the bathroom, he just uses the Abyss cups under his desk. Yeah, the cups actually just go to a void, right?
How is it that we had this right for 2,000 years and now we're literally reinventing the wheel?
We did not. Bathrooms segregated by sex and or gender are a modern idea.
What did you like watch movies growing up, or are they like the people get bullied in men's bathroom?
Trans people do experience higher risks of harassment and assault when using public bathrooms.
If you make people
think about that, isn't that just sad, guys? Isn't that just fucking heartbreaking, dude? You can't exist as you want to. So at every level, they have to impose something. At every level. Like, they're showing this individual in a dress, like, I think they look fine. Who cares, you know?
Use the bathroom that their sex is at birth, right? Then you're also going to have women that transition to men
woke.
walking into women's.
You're very woke. I think you get the woke awards of the day.
Bathroom. No matter which way you cut it, you're going to have people that look like guys walking into the women's bathroom.
That is correct.
The best.
Okay, question. I know they have like facial hair, but does this person present themselves as a guy? Would you say that like they're obviously trying to portray something other than masculinity? I don't know. I know this is a moot point, and I'm very sensitive on this type of stuff, but I don't know, dude. Just leave them alone, bro.
Like guys walking into the women's bathroom.
That is correct.
The best solution is just to have a third fucking bathroom.
While this notion is common, it does not solve the inherent problems for either party. People who want bathroom bans are trying to push trans people out of public life altogether, and trans people wouldn't be any safer because the very premise makes it easier to identify them. The issue isn't trans people, it's people.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell they were probably born male, right? But like, it doesn't really, I don't know. I have a much more like nuanced idea on like gender and stuff. I think gender is just like gender itself, not sex, but gender is just this construct. And I think people can, there's multiple ways to portray your gender and healthy ways. Like, if you look at societies, I believe it's India, they have all sorts of different views on gender and how, and you know, our Native Americans had different views on gender. And so I think that is just like, it's so astroturfed, I feel. And it hurt, like let people be people who they are. Exactly. That's like as American as a burger and fries, you know? I don't know. And this story just broke my heart.
Willing to harass others based on assumptions that aren't.
If you guys hadn't heard about this story, a Minnesota teen was forced to unzip her hoodie and show her breasts because someone didn't believe they were an actual woman. I do think some stuff is strange, but it doesn't affect my everyday life. No, exactly. Like, and you know, I'm not trans, and I don't think I could ever like understand that mindset, but I'm not out here trying to block them from going into a restroom. I'm not out here trying to, you know, say they're the devil. That's what blows my mind. If you know a trans person, they're typically like the sweetest people you know. At least me personally. But everybody's different, of course. So like everybody's human, bro. Just treat people like that.
Even correct a lot of the time. But maybe they're all just Karens, right?
Like, ultimately, you know, bathrooms are supposed to be, like, gender-safe spaces, right? I mean, generally.
That was the original justification for sex-segregated bathrooms when they were established, because men didn't know how to handle women in the workplace because they believed they belong in the home.
This would have never happened if women couldn't vote. Man, so true, brother. So true, absolute.
Isn't that fucking just so un-American? How can he say this with a straight face? I have no idea.
Wait.
And that was the original mindset.
Like, I don't think the world has to become comfortable with these people. I think these people have to be comfortable with the world.
There's a slim
bathrooms
degree
are
of...
where you go to pee and poop, not have sex with people. I think that's an important, like, thing that just gets left out. Like, dude, bathrooms are gross. No one's, you know, no one's going there to fucking... I know what you mean, Timmy, and that's a great point, you know?
Of truth to this.
People need to stop believing that their X videos and P-Hub videos that they watch are real. I think that's what may be happening.
Insofar as pushing for rights is a slow, painful process. But the same can be said in the exact opposite direction, that personal discomfort is not broad justification for exclusion. The streamer Valkyrie had a minor controversy over her wardrobe.
Like, I wouldn't wear, like, if Balenciaga sent me something, I would wear it if I thought it was comfortable, you know, or I liked the way it looked.
It's beautiful, isn't it? The Balenciaga.
You get all these strings attached to you, bro. And you get enough strings attached to you and you become a puppet. Said high-priced merch is just a way to liberate retarded people from their money. Yeah.
I think Asmund just indirectly called her the R-word. Hassan's back in China again.
Okay, what is he wearing? I don't know what nobody knows. He's in another country, but I'm still on his mind. What can I say? It's because I play video games a lot. And I play their video games a lot. What I think is even funnier is that a lot of my viewpoints on the way video games should be made and the types of things that should and should not be included in video games. You know who agrees with me on that a lot?
Here's my thing. If you thought your kids are in danger if they go into the bathroom, go in there with them. Not a hard concept. Amen. Well, you know, a lot of these are, a lot of these narratives are pushed by, like, these weirdo, like, people like Elon Musk and shit like that. So, and they've obviously never actually cared about their child, so they don't get what it's like to be a good father, you know, or a good mother.
Chinese people.
No, it's the Chinese government. As will be pointed out, media is heavily regulated and censored in China.
Well, but they put people in work camps and they harvest their organs. And I said, I already like them. You don't have to convince me.
So Asmongold's
pretty gross.
Logic is Europe is bad because the cops don't do anything. China is good because work camps and organ harvesting.
I don't know if they do or not, but either way, it's pretty edgy.
While watching a Steven Crowder video where he...
Oh God, who's thought about Steven Crowder in the past 10 fucking months?
...mentions Asmongold, we get to hear his policy on lying.
I hate lying to people, to be honest with you. I love deceiving people, but I hate lying. So
That is a good question. This guy does kind of look CGI.
Love telling people the truth and making them believe that it's a lie. But I hate actually having to lie. I feel like it's like cheating. Because, like, there's, like, the game of deception. People are like, well, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? I'm like, I'd eat a person. They're like, you shouldn't have said that. I'm like, yeah, probably not. But it's true.
Okay.
Bro. For real, you need to check. You gotta check. Why would you want to eat a person again? Excuse me? Huh. The organ harvesting thing is considered not to be true. The biggest group saying that is the Falun Gong, who are terrible and notorious liars, but the other human rights and abuses are real. Oh yeah, I mean, China is no stranger to human rights abuses. I used to watch him till he started his internet industrial complex arc. Yeah, I mean, I heard a lot of people used to watch him. Yeah, I don't. That's. I'm sorry. Oh, are you talking about Steven? Yeah. I'm sorry. My brain is broken by that. Let's just go back and listen to what this man said.
People are like, well, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? I'm like, I'd eat a person.
Unprompted. Completely unprompted. He could have said, yeah, I'd eat a dog. He goes one step further and says,
Game of deception. People are like, well, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? I'm like,
he goes one step further and
I'd
says,
eat a person. They're like,
bro, what? Nobody asked that. We were asking about the dog, not the person. Yeah, and Crowder was gonna join that one, and he said he got load-balled. I think a lot of, I guess Crowder kind of just faded out of the public conscious because there's a couple factors, like bigger people like Charlie Kirk came onto the scene. And then, obviously, I don't want to do that either. That happened. Watch it. I know.
You shouldn't have said that. I'm like, yeah, probably not. But it's true.
Okie dokie.
Go on a show? Maybe one day I will.
You do not need to go on Steven Crowder's show.
And I don't like actually saying A is B, but I would maybe say, a lowercase a is capital A, right? Because I feel like that's a little bit more exciting for me. It's more entertaining. It's more engaging.
Following another conversation about gay people in China, Asmongold looks at the trailer for the new Black Ops.
I've heard Call of Duty actually sucks dick.
Asmon has his own idea for what Call of Duty should do in its next game.
So I told you guys they should have gone with my 9/11 idea. They should put Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, we're done listening to that.
I would have the people jumping out of the building.
Thankfully, Asmongold has the right idea about what age of consent means.
18 is barely legal, and 15 is under that by like 3 years. Like, doesn't she see, like, I mean, that's clearly not, that's not even barely illegal. That's just illegal. Most of America is 16? Well, it's not 15. Like,
Call of
what are
Duty
you
is
even
not
talking
that bad.
about?
I haven't played it,
you're
but
not even arguing.
I did hear some people were upset
that could be what
about
you're
it,
saying
but
too. Like,
I don't
even
know.
What? 15-year-olds today are less mature than they were 40 years ago? Well, yeah, of course. If you look at history, people very, very commonly, for like 99% of history, had kids before 18, okay? This is an established fact. Everybody knows this.
Okay.
Another common misconception.
Asmon, stop right there, sir. Stop right fucking there. Do not go any further with that thought. I play zombies, though. Oh, if zombies is good, that's all I used to play. So that's how I judge it. If the zombies is good, I might be interested. But Asmon, stop. Do not go. You just need to stop right there. Do not follow that thought. Who cares?
Conception based on education that centers primarily on the ruling class. It was not that common, relative to our modern understanding of sex education and contraception, to have a kid before you were in your 20s. There are obvious health risks involved, but also the fact that whether you were a boy or a girl, odds are you were living on a farm, and farms demand work. But he has the exact wrong idea about why this conversation is happening.
Is that they think that Megyn Kelly is trying to create a future, like a future...
No, dude. It's just weird because who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? it's like, this is all anyways,
Hey,
I'm
man,
gonna,
for
I can't
why it's-
believe some of this shit I'm hearing right now.
It's okay that some political person she was attached to
Trump
was in a relationship with a 15-year-old.
It's Trump.
That's, I think, kind of what's
I like that. It's Trump. Yeah, 18. I don't match with people that like, I have my, as a 25-year-old, I have my settings on dating apps to like 21 and 40. Now, don't judge me too hard on that part. But yeah, this is just disgusting, bro. Why are you even talking about this? I'm sorry, like, when it comes to all this, get them MILFs, you already know it, brother. That's the hope anyways.
That's why I think people are mad about it. I don't really see a reason for it. There's no purpose. It's totally counterproductive, and it doesn't help her in any way.
Now we're forced to hear about what Asmongold thinks of the Super Mario Brothers sexuality.
Like, Bowser is super rich. He's...
No way. There is no way in hell. I'm sorry. Is this really what we're doing here?
He's really powerful. He's huge. And then Princess Peach always just happens to get kidnapped by Bowser. Are we really believing that? Yeah, she wants that big lizard dick. Yeah, I'm just saying, guys. Yeah, Mario's getting cucked. He is. Mario's getting cucked. That's why I said that you could prove.
All right.
Luigi
If we're like, we're gonna have to like rewind the clock and go back to 2016 when we're all like 16-year-olds and we all like smoked weed for the first time. All right, guys. Now we're back there. Like, yeah, I agree with that probably, but it's a good meme. You know what I mean? But I had this thought when I was like 16, bro. I don't know. This is probably more what Asmon probably should be talking about. That's a good point. Why is she always getting kidnapped? Well, you know, I don't want to imply anything about Mario and Peach's relationship, but maybe poor Mario is just not plumbing it right, and this is all just a allegory for Mario's coping with letting a I don't know. I'm not going to finish that thought.
had a bigger dick than Mario. Princess Peach is always getting kidnapped by Bowser, but you never see Daisy getting kidnapped.
I prefer Hornet being gay to this perversion. Activision released a statement about AI usage in the new Black Ops, and you'll never guess what Asmon's perspective on it is.
If you are one of these dick-sucking retards
And who
that
have
likes
the
to
Koopa
complain
kids?
about AI...
That's a great question. That is a great question. Yeah, let's explore that in the next Mario. Maybe she dislikes Mario saving her, but Mario is ace, so that's the only time she talks. Honest is... Hornet is definitely a lesbian, come on.
Oh, AI is so bad. I hate AI. I'm against AI. AI is so horrible. You know what you're going to be? You're going to be a dick-sucking retard for the rest of your life.
All right. I don't think AI is horrible, but it needs regulation, dude. Like, come on. I don't know if you guys heard when I covered this, but there was a story where some kid, like 18 or 20-year-old, convinced himself through the use of an AI that his mother was spying on him, and that led him to killing her. Yeah, AI has real consequences, dude. Yeah, AI will destroy us, but not the way people think. Yeah, I think it's not going to gain sentience or anything, but it's gonna... I don't know, there's so many possibilities. And honestly, even with the sentient stuff, this shit, like, the AI I use hates me, so I don't know.
And everybody is just going to laugh at you more and more and more.
I'm starting to think that people being gay actually crosses his mind a lot, whether or not he's actually into it.
Yeah, where's all the women, guys? This game must have been from a long time ago. You know what's so fucking insane? Is the fact that this actually happened. You guys ever think about that? Like, this shit actually happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Asmongold really knows
it's
how to
just
sound.
we're gonna try to depend on it too much. I think he's closet gay. I mean, dude, exactly. If this is your okay, think about this. You're watching this cool video game that's about World War II, and your first thought is, look, there's no women. I'm so excited about that. Whose thought? I'd be like, oh, this is cool. Fucking tanks and shit. I love tanks. The Normandy assault is so interesting, and it almost didn't happen. It was it was on the nth. It wasn't a surefire thing to happen, and it's so interesting, the history and what our soldiers went through. And the first thing he thinks is, good thing there were no women. What? Fuck, dude.
Like a stoner, even though he doesn't do drugs.
It's actually so sad how badass video games used to be. And I'm just going to say it. These were games that were made by guys for guys.
Are you ready for Asmongold to turn his...
bro. We get that, but you know what doesn't make him money? A video game by guys for guys. Don't you want more women in the space, dude? This is so virgin coded. Bro, I want, women to be all over the internet, just like I want guys to be all over the internet, like, what is this, bro? You don't want video games to be made for a diverse audience? Oh, so you just want a boring game with a bad story. Okay, cool. I personally I'm not much of a narrative-driven gamer anyways. I'm much more like into games like Zomboid and Minecraft, but when I do play narrative games, I find games that are made, like, for example, Front Mission 4. I am loving the story of this game. It's made in Japan. You know what I mean? And the lead is a female. And I find her story extremely interesting. She is kind of more of a blank slate, but one of the companions in it is super interesting. And then on the flip side, on the dual campaign, you have Ainz, who is the only female in the group, and she's like one of the most memorable characters in my opinion. This is just so like backwards, and it's a kind of a revision of history because this game was made in 2004. Or 2000, it was made in the 2000s. That's what I needed to say. I don't know its exact release date. Oopsie. But it's such a revision of history. Like, women have been crucial in the gaming industry, whether it be voice acting, whether it be coding, programming. What is he talking about? I played a lot of RPGs. I don't care about narratives as long as the story is good. I don't even care if the story is so-called woke. Well, a lot of these so-called woke stories, they're just calling them woke because they have a diverse cast. That's it. I personally enjoy when there's a diverse cast. You know what I mean? Like in an RPG, let's take the Elder Scrolls for example. I want a companion from Hammerfell to feel like a companion from Hammerfell. And that's going to mean like taking inspiration from African tribalism and stuff like that. And the ancient kingdoms of Egypt and stuff. Like it's going to, and also creativity. Like it's not just going to be like, I don't want some dude who has an African accent, but other than that, just is a European. You know what I mean? That's not what I want in a character. So I think all this, like this so-called woke, the so-called attack on woke, it's just an attack on diversity. And it's so obvious at this point. You know, what I missed the woke ideology updates, I guess, you know. I guess I missed that update. Like, people ripped apart Assassin's Creed because the samurai guy was gay, yet praised Baldur's Gate 3 and didn't even care that there were several gay characters. Make it make sense. I know, right? I haven't played Assassin's Creed in a while, but that actually kind of makes me interested in the story personally. I might actually, I'm gonna check that out. That sounds interesting because as a, you know, bisexual man, there's not many, you know, it is this weird world where I'm caught in the middle, but I do identify with like gay characters a lot, you know what I mean? And the struggles they've went through. And so that actually kind of makes me more interested, to be honest. And see, like, that's why companies do that. It's not purely holistic, although it does have a good benefit. Like, that makes me more interested. That, and I don't know why people are so against that. It's sad, dude, because I think there's a lot of really cool stories that aren't being told just because people think it will be woke, you know? Anyways.
Gamer brain up to 11?
This is when gaming used to be good. And now you have these video games that are made to just be slop that's enjoyable to everyone. No, no, that's not how it works. This has happened to every single video game.
Slop for everyone, guys. See, that just like, see how I felt about that? And now he's just saying, that's just slop. That just like kind of, you know, it strikes a little like, oh, he just thinks that representation is slop. Interesting.
Is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't like this. This makes me fucking mad.
According to the Entertainment Software Association, 45% of all gamers in 2010 were female, and in 2013, 42% played MMOs. Since then, the total number has risen to 48%.
I am having my culture appropriated. Like, I don't go to the salon.
Listen to this gamer dribble. Shadows was the same open world slop. Yeah, the issue I've had with
and say, why is nobody
Creed for a little bit is it is just like this open world, like but if you want a good open world game, well, to be honest, I was just gonna say Project Zomboid, but it's a really good one. I'd also say I used to play this game here. Let me make sure I say its name right. Where is it? One moment. Underrail. There we go. Underrail is a really good game that I played for a little bit. I guess it's recommendation hour, eh? Obviously, Star Wars The Old Republic games are great. Knights of the Old Republic are great. I guess I'm just going through my... Ooh, Kenshi is killer. Love Kenshi. Anyways, but those aren't exactly narrative driven, you know? Anyways. The game that won Game of the Year was great. Was that Expedition? Here, let me see. Let me make sure. Okay, I didn't want to speak out of turn. Yeah, Expedition 33. I've heard it's great. I've heard it's great, and it's an indie game. And also, wasn't that considered to be woke? Or am I thinking of something else? Like, didn't people kind of consider it to be woke in a couple senses? I haven't played it yet. I like to save games until hype dies down, and then I can really get into the nitty-gritty and experience the world fully. Oh, that's not who we're looking at. Actually, no, there was no narratives. Interesting. It's weird. I used to play a game as a kid, but never seen to now. Last game I played was like Plants vs. Zombies. Yeah, I think it's a good time to get into gaming, I'd say. Except it really touched on mental health spot on. Well, I think that's could be considered to them woke, you know what I mean? Like these people always talk about like with guns for example, which I agree with them on. I don't think it's a gun issue. I think it's much more a mental health issue. But they just use that just so they don't have to touch gun laws, not to actually help out people with mental health. And I wish they would stop doing that because there's so many people, bright minds, amazing minds that are suffering right now that could use help.
Listening to Rob Zombie in here. And we don't do that. We don't do that to them. This is what we used to have. Okay? This was the peak. And I think that it's girls getting in there and trying to change shit.
No, Asman, it's the fact that you're getting older and starting to age out of the primary demographic these games are marketed towards.
No,
Amen.
no.
That's it. Like those games like they're marketed towards people like me, you know, and people, and I think to be a good, I hope I never get jaded like this. I truly do. Because I see like change is beautiful, you know what I mean? To see the evolution of this medium that used to be so not really unaccessible, I guess would be the best word, become more and more accessible and tell more interesting stories. It's beautiful. I don't know why people hate on it so much. I guess they're afraid. I think it does come up from a place of just being afraid, I guess. Oh, I guess never mind about the Expedition 33 being woke. I guess there wasn't anything about that. But I need to play it. I'm gonna play it at some point. I need a better computer for that, but I will play it at some point because people have just been talking about it very positively, and I like that. I like, you know, to play games like that. I really am limited by my technology, but that's okay. Someday we will get better. I had my English mocks today. Oh, I hope you did well. I was supposed to pick a thing you changed your opinion on. I panicked and said gun rights and started arguing for the necessity of armed populace. On top of that, I was only able to speak for 50 seconds. It was supposed to be 2 minutes. Well, hey, don't worry about it. Now, next time, if you ever have a next time, a couple really good points on why an armed population is good. It's because an armed population typically negates any threat from the government, typically. And the idea that the government would be able to overwhelm our population, in my opinions, guns do have their place. Yeah, exactly. I think it's laughable because our current military, take the United States for example, is completely based on their logistics. And once the civilian logistics start to break down, the government will start to realize that they cannot continue this operation. And you can't man factories with soldiers forever, you know? So eventually it reaches a point where a armed population will be able to successfully thwart a authoritarian regime. Now, the interesting question is, what if the authoritarian regime convinces the armed population that they're the good guys. I think that's what we're seeing play out in America right now, to be quite honest. So I think I went on for about a minute 30, maybe a C plus. The examiner said you need to pick a lighter topic. I thought I know, but I couldn't think of another topic. I know that one's hard. Damn, I guess in this administration we really have just they got jets and bombs. What is the semi-auto gonna do? But those jets and bombs require constant maintenance. I do agree, it would be a very hard situation, but I was just trying to spitball a little bit there, and I hope it never comes to that. Truly, I hope it never comes to that, and I don't think it will, but that's why I always advocate, if you are mentally well enough and if you feel like it, guns are a tool, But if you're not mentally well, you have depression and stuff, don't get a gun. Unless you're like, you have, I don't know. I don't know, I don't think you need a gun if you have some, that runs in, because I think about myself, right? And I think, like, would I trust myself if I didn't have a support system around me to have a gun? And now I'd probably say yes, but at my darkest times, probably not. I'm just being completely honest. So, I like guns in theory, though I would never own one myself. Yeah. It's a difficult question, right? Like, now I have a support system. I have stuff to where I trust myself to know where a gun is and to be able to defend myself. But in the past, before I had that, definitely not. After the exam, I could have just talked about peanut butter. Oh, you changed your opinion on peanut butter? Hey, welcome. Me too, man. I used to hate peanut butter as a kid. Now I love it. But yeah, it's a difficult question to talk about because it really does touch at the roots of the mental health crisis, right? Like, should people who have issues with their mental health be allowed to own firearms? I think it's a nuanced position I have. I think if they've shown clear signs of getting better, I think it's and they have a support system, I think it's fine to let them have a weapon. But if they're showing clear signs of something like schizophrenia, depression, they've shown signs of suicidal thoughts and ideations in the past, I think there should be some more questions asked. This president is literally not allowed to own firearms. I know, right? Very funny. But, I think it's a question that is typically very personal because you're essentially asking, do I want to have this weapon in here? And, you're answering the question of, could I kill someone if they came into my house and tried to could I kill that person and they were trying to hurt me? I think I could, but I wouldn't blame a lot of people if they thought no, And so having a gun, it's a very personal thing, I feel. Anyways, that's my theory and ideology on it. Yeah, I don't know if I could. I feel like I could just because I value my life now. You know what I mean? In the past, maybe I wouldn't, but I really do value who I've become, and I see improvements every day, and I don't think I could let somebody come between me and that growth that I've fought so hard for. to become a better person, you know? And especially to hell, if it was between me and my family, no question, or my friends, no question. You know, you can't let somebody make that decision for them. You know, I just, I don't know. It's but hopefully, we never have to be in that world. You know what I mean? Hopefully, no one has to be in that world. With my daughter, I probably could. If my wife, hers life is in danger, I think that would be the only way. My own life, no. Well, I think your life is valuable, and I don't think anyone should be, I think you are much more valuable here, so damn them for, thinking they can control who you are, or what your ending is, you know? But it's a difficult, you know, it is difficult, right? But that's just my opinions, and I understand why some people's may be different, you know? At the end of the day, this is an extremely difficult question to answer, and like I said, it's very personal. That's why I feel police having to make that choice. Yeah, exactly. And that's why you'll never hear me say stuff like defund the police, because I think a strong police apparatus prevents that type of question from ever having to be answered by anyone. And like I said, I do think police learned from the Black Lives Matter protests. You know, there was a long period of civil unrest, and I think they reflected on that. And that's why I love seeing people like Mamdani work with the police force and actually say, excuse me, I want to make the police jobs easier, you know? I'm not here to be an enemy of the police. I think they're valuable. I want to make their jobs easier. They're not trained to deal with somebody who locked themselves in their room and hasn't taken their meds, but a social worker is. So maybe like having a specific unit that deals with these calls is a great idea.
No.
Anyways, we went on a long tangent, but we're finally back to Asman. But yeah, gun ownership is a very personal question that you have to ask yourself. And that's why I don't think the state should be banning the use of guns. However, I do think the state has a obligation to make sure who is owning the guns is a safe individual, you know.
Absolutely fucking not.
To show how games used to be good, he compares the Warlords of Draenor cinematic from World of Warcraft to Dragonflight.
Because this shit used to be so badass, and now it's cringe.
The premise Asman is working from isn't men dominating the industry, it's nostalgia.
There's a bunch of Karen game design. That's all.
Conduit kind of hits it on the head with this one, doesn't he? It's nostalgia, because if you look, it really is. Because look at this, the game I'm playing on, you know, screen, with the picture of Europe. The lead of it is a female. In their opinion, that would be woke, but in my opinion, it tells a story I, as a man, would have, you know, not experienced. Anyways, I live, well, where I live, if you have been in a mental institute, you can't own a gun for 5 years. I think that's a good law. I think that's a great law, you know? I think that's sensible, you know? And then 5 years, reevaluate. If everything's going good, hell yeah, man. Being somebody who has suffered from, you know, mental health stuff, I know how dangerous it can be when you're in that state. Why can't women be strong in a game people forget about? Samus from Metroid, right? Well, they just forget about all these, like, women have always been in gaming. I think that's just so sad to be like, oh, it's just women. Like, dude, stories are not being told because of your exact reaction. And you lose out on the lessons from those stories too. People forget that games are like a way to tell a story. Even in like free roam Project Zomboid like games, like they're still telling a story. So like you're missing out on amazingly cool stories that could be being told all because you think they're woke. Glinda ended the stream but didn't raid. Oh, that sucks. Well, that's all right. That's okay. I understand. No worries.
All it is. Literally Karen game design.
What does Karen mean here except problem you are blaming on imagined women?
Would have told her, but I missed it by a minute. That's all right. Don't worry. I'm sure. What was she talking about? Was she just talking about the strikes that have happened?
And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games? Yes. And if
Bro,
girls want to make...
Think about that. Yes? So what if a woman okay, let me tell you a story. What if there is a woman who grew up all her life playing video games? She loves video games. You're telling her she's not allowed to make a game that she likes? That she's thought about for years? About the story and lore of this game? You're saying she can't do that? What a disgusting cretin. All because you're uncomfortable, dude. I'm just shocked, honestly, that someone would say that. They're talking about Netanyahu posting AI videos of him and Trump bombing Iran. Oh, okay. Middle East topics. We love them out here. Yeah, Kalinda's a really good streamer. You guys should go check out if you ever are interested in things like the Middle East or something like that. I think she does a really good job covering that. Along with Lonerbox, too.
Games. They should make their own games. You have Stardew Valley. You have Animal Crossing.
Isn't that so fucked, dude? To just say, oh, women only like Stardew Valley. Wow. How fucked is that, bro? Legitimately, how fucked is that? To boil all women's stories as just Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. It just fits what they think women are, right? Is Animal Crossing a women-only game? Of course not. But it really does boil it. Like, they think women are just these ditzy people who love these cute little games instead of actual individuals who have emotions, who exist in a world that is in some ways different from ours, but also similar, you know? Like, he doesn't think that hard about his fellow man. And when I say man, I mean the human species. Yeah, tell that to Timmy's wife who enjoys the Diablo series. For real, dude. Like, that is so fucked, bro. It exposes him, in my opinion. It exposes him that's what he thinks women are like. And that's completely the opposite. Completely the opposite, dude. I know he's not a virgin, but this is like virgin behavior, dude. I'm sorry. Also, I know Stardew ain't because I've come across hentai of it, like, in a way that is definitely speaking to men. Oh, yeah. Well, it just goes to show that, you know, you can't put people into these specific boxes of, you know, this person likes this set of things because they're in this box. People are different and they like a variety of things. And I think that's what makes every person so interesting, you know? I think he is a virgin, honestly. I mean, honestly, dude. I don't know though. Maybe what he's speaking to me is like somebody who had like a good run of a couple of women and then he just decided, well, I don't need to go out into society anymore. I won. And now he's just become this. Like, no, dude. Like, having sex with women isn't this game that you've just won now. You know what I mean?
Frosting you a Pokemon. And I'm not saying always. I think there's plenty of women who write great stories. But the difference is that whenever you're writing...
Pokemon? I loved Pokemon. Does that mean I'm a fucking girl now? Fuck, guys. I guess I'm trans. You know, fuck. I guess, this big bearded man who fucking... I guess I'm a woman.
Something like World of War.
I think remember hearing his ex used to be a frequent member of his stream. Don't know, never knew Asmon. Yeah, same here. I was never really, I was never really on Twitch. Again, growing up, my idols were fucking Markiplier and fucking PewDiePie, dude. My God, he's so out of touch. I know, dude, like, Pokemon is fun. Like, are you saying I'm a girl now because I enjoyed Pokemon? Is that a feminine game? Holy shit, I guess I've just been playing feminine games all my life. Wouldn't that be like... I don't know. I don't know. He really is just out of fucking touch, bro. Sad,
Warcraft.
too.
This is a story about big, hairy, muscular...
Oh, bro, I remember hearing this. Listen to his explanation of Warcraft. And tell me this is not, like, gay as hell.
Plenty of women who write great stories. But the difference is that whenever you're writing something like World of Warcraft, this is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
Spoilers about the ending of Warlords of Draenor if you care about that.
Bro, doesn't that literally sound like... I've heard women describe their books that they read, right? Doesn't that kind of sound like some of the books that they read? All he's missing is that the men end up kissing and fucking each other, and he's basically got a romance novel that a woman I used to be with was into.
But the main character in the cinematic he watched earlier dies refusing to take any responsibility for his own actions, revealing himself ultimately to be incredibly weak and petulant.
You failed me! You made me what I am!
Don't let yourself get tone policed by these annoying fucking Karens. This is a masculine thing.
Watch him counter someone's transphobia with what I think qualifies as its own transphobia, but in a way that's still inclusive.
Remember, valid criticisms of child touching mentally ill people isn't hate? I mean, I don't think that every person that is a transsexual is a child toucher. I mean, like, that's insane. Why would you even say that? I don't really think that you can change your gender, like, not entirely. Like, obviously, if somebody wants to go...
Well, gender, see, you can't, like, we can have the discussion of sex, right? But your gender is like, gender is a social thing, right? Like, me and Asmon's gender may be a little different, actually, because I am not, like, I'm not afraid to wear lipstick sometimes. I think that's, that can be badass, and makeup can be badass, dude. So, like, but he would say that's, like, effeminate and stuff, and so our genders may be a little different. I am male, but I display effeminate qualities on occasion. And I'm not afraid. I think that's dope as fuck, personally. I think that is badass. My gender is badass. in case you guys were wondering. But do you kind of see what I mean? Like, to where Asmund is much more like your traditional male. You are more manly than Asmund because you aren't afraid to leave the house. Well, that's true. But, you know, like, this idea of, like, manliness and manhood is super... it's very dependent on each person, and I think it in itself has its own, like... you can use your interpretation of manliness to explore your gender and stuff. Like, it's much more... it's an evolving like thing, right? Because we're asking these questions and we're coming to conclusions, you know. Asmund's description of WoW is literally just this. Here, let me go to the site. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna here. Let me get this. It's Dangerous by Fabio. Hold on. Separated forever from her reckless lover, Emmett Bragan, a terrible fire, Lexi Sinclair, finds herself alone and without money just after giving birth to her child and is forced to turn to Emmett's wealthy, powerful twin brother, Yale, for help. Yeah, literally. Big, burly men helping women fight, and yeah, I mean, I see exactly what you're saying. Dangerous. Is he riding a bike, like an actual bike, or is that a motorcycle? That's a motorcycle, okay. Sick, dude. Motorcycles are badass.
Go through the requisite procedures and everything.
Be what you want, just don't break the law. Exactly, dude. Like, you're never gonna hear me saying pedophilia is a gender or sexuality. Fuck no, you're going to prison, my friend. You're going to prison.
Everything. I'll use their...
or even this. Okay. I do think it's just so ironic that his description... Man of My Dreams, a Fabio romance review. Well, dude, for real though. That is so funny. Here, let me show you the picture though. Like, that's his description of what it's like. Of what World of Warcraft. It's big, burly, muscular men fighting each other and then falling in love. He's missing that last little bit. This is his world. Whoa. Whoa. Am I even allowed to show that? Whoa now. Fabio. Calm down.
Preferred pronouns because I don't want to create a conflict with somebody.
Honestly, I'm fine with this. Obviously, I have a different understanding of sex and gender, but if we're talking about the broader public, tolerance should be the acceptable baseline. It even gets
I mean, he's cool. I'm cool with that take. You know what I mean? Whoops, LOL. I know. I didn't realize his butt was showing there.
covered in a World of Warcraft cinematic.
I have learned patience, tolerance.
But you can obviously, you know...
Dude, that's obviously too woke.
Dress different ways and get surgery and then, you know, act and behave and be seen as a woman in society. I think that's true.
Here's a good example of why I find Asmongold interesting. He just clearly laid out gender presentation as a social standard of expectations with regards to femininity and masculinity. But even with that understanding, he falls back on gender as a binary because biological delineations between men and women, even though trans people aren't even trying to take that away. In the simple...
Yeah, dude, that's something else that you hear, like, a lot of, like, I used to date a trans woman who, obviously I'll leave her name out, but for a while, my parents didn't really understand what it meant to be a trans woman. And a lot of the time, trans women aren't trying to take away womanhood. They're not trying to take away femininity, or they're just trying to be themselves. They're just trying to be who they've always felt they are. And when, they're trying to be, they're trying to be a trans woman, They're not trying to be a woman, they're trying to be a trans woman in this society. And so I think when you lay it out like that, I guess my parents understood it a little better that way. But, yeah, I think that's a great way to describe it. And if you ever want a good defense for, like, people who are trans, I've always said being trans is one of the deciding that you are so comfortable with yourself to become trans and then deciding to change your body, it's a beautiful expression of freedom, and decision. Now, I'm not saying everyone needs to go out and become trans, but it really is like, isn't that we should be for that, right? Like the freedom, the liberty to change your very gender and your very sex, if some decide to go that far, I think that's beautiful, Trans women, you get boobs. If you like a sausage, you get the best of both worlds. Hey, I'm not a chaser or anything, but no, I'm kidding. But no, I've had relationship with trans women, and they have a very or the person I was with, I should say, had a very interesting view on gender and femininity, and she always had felt like she was a woman, and that she just never exactly knew how to tell the world, you know what I mean? I think it's very hard in today's society to become trans and not be rejected by a portion of society. I wish trans people didn't have to change their bodies to be expected by society as their genders. I totally agree. Some people some people are comfortable with having a private area and then that is male and a top area that is female, but society would look at that and say, "Oh, that's disgusting." You know what I mean? And I think that's bullshit. But that's totally up to them. But now we're getting into like, I can't speak for trans people, you know what I mean? Because I'm not trans myself. But I do think what they I think they are put onto a very under a very disgusting microscope by these weirdos half the time, A lot of the time, I do think they're just attracted to trans women and they don't know how to, like these Republicans. I find it attractive? Well, hell yeah, dude. Amen. Hey, I do too, but that's neither here nor there, you know what I'm saying?
Simplest terms, without trying to step on people's personal definitions or present as an expert myself, it's just people who want to exist at certain ends of the spectrum between masculinity and femininity and be recognized as such.
So really, I don't know why there's such a weird distinction for people to have, right? And there's no point to being mean. I agree. Yeah, exactly. The reason why people get
That's something. Hey, at least we can agree on that. I hope someday. He's not instantly proven wrong on this, but there's no reason to be mean, guys. Like, trans people have to struggle with. They already have a very intense mental burden. And when people are mean, I mean, you see it reflected in their suicide rates, I think that's heartbreaking and disgusting, but you see it.
Obsessed with trans stuff is because it's always being put in their face.
And if I had to guess, I would say the reason this is an issue that comes up a lot for Asman is that his regular news presents it to him as being one.
So they see a new
yeah, like, for real, guys, like, in our media space, do we talk about trans people like they say we do? Of course not. Of course not. But they talk about trans people all the time. But I don't think it's an effective boogeyman, because if you have ever met a trans person before, they're not intimidating, you know what I mean? Please.
Show comes out and there's a trans character. Trans people
Good
are
one,
like
Tony.
0.6% of the population, but if you look at media representation, you'd think that they're like 10 or 20%.
According to GLAAD, in 2023, there were 33 trans characters in total across all TV shows between cable and streaming. Trans people aren't taking up a huge chunk of space. They're just taking up a space.
Yeah, I think that's so sad, dude. There's just more representation and they're upset about that. Think about the perspectives we're losing out on by not allowing more voices like this to be heard. I mean, it's definitely a unique perspective in life, right? To be trans in this moment in history.
They want it keeps getting forced on them.
If the compromise you have to make to enjoy a product made for a broad audience is that someone has a lifestyle...
Well, here's the thing. When they have their performances, you guys have a problem with that. You guys have a problem with drag shows. You guys have a problem with trans people being in beauty pageants. That's you guys, not them. Like, you guys are invading their space and saying they're not allowed. They're not doing that to us. You know what I mean? To us white men, you know? I almost said straight, but then I realized, oh shit, I'm actually bisexual. But, you know, they're not doing that to us.
You don't necessarily understand or agree with, but isn't directly harming anyone. That's a you problem to get over. Now it's Irrelevant's turn to have his reaction to Lonerbox's reaction to Hassan's reactions reacted to by Asmongold.
Shout out to Irrelevant. He's a funny dude.
The thing that everybody accused him of doing with Israel, which is like some paid propaganda, social credit.
Every Jew is being paid by Israel to promote Israel. I learned this on...
Okay, that's just not true. That is disgusting propaganda, bro. How could you say that, bro? What the hell? Every Jew? What are you on, dude? Number one, Loner isn't... That's my planet Loner Bucks there. Say hi to him. It's interesting. You know, rarely do we come into a full eclipse like this, but we are being eclipsed right now. Say hi to Loner Box. That's our planet. But Loner isn't Jewish, for one. He's Lebanese. So that's just like racist. But yeah, we're in a react hole right now. But two, Israel isn't paying every Jew to like say Israel is good. People like Ethan Klein, for example, despite the constant campaign that has been against him, he's not pro-Israel. He hates Netanyahu. So what is... This is just mind-boggling, honestly. I have never... He is this... Wow. Yeah, I would say reactception. Very, very. It's a react hole of a reactception right now. If too many reacts combine into themselves, they'll become a singularity, which is very dangerous. And I hope my planet Loner doesn't get pulled into that if anything like that happens.
On Instagram Reels.
While I don't think Asmon is being serious, I have
good space narrative I just ran right there. Have a lovely night. This was a very good show. Hey, have a great night, Garage Boss. I didn't know you were still here. I'm glad to see you though, man. I hope you have an amazing night and it was fun being with you. Gotta go pack my bags to fly back to England. Well, hey, you have an amazing night and have a safe trip, man. I was glad to have you here, dude. And it goes to show, while we may have some disagreements, at the end of the day, we can still chill together and be friendly. You know what I mean? Fell asleep for a bit. Understandable. Understandable. Typically, our stream is only 3 hours long, but we're doing a long one because I told Conduit I would react to his videos. Thanks, bro. Might come back tomorrow. Well, hey, make sure to like and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. Shameless self-advertisement aside, thank you so much for joining in here. It means a lot to me, brother.
Concerns if his Instagram algorithm is feeding him anti-Semitic posts.
There are some other things that I learned on Instagram Reels too, but I don't think that...
That's what I like to hear. Joined the soldiers of TGDEU. Next Community Day, if you're in here, I'll make sure to draw you a character, brother. We do character drawings on Community Days. Bill's is a bird.
Chat's ready for those yet. I saw an AI translated speech of obviously Adolf Hitler.
Okay, hold on. Asmon, you can't just drop that, bro. Of obviously Adolf Hitler. Bro, hold on.
A translated speech of obviously Adolf Hitler on Instagram Reels, and it had 200,000 likes. And I was thinking to myself, that's a lot.
That's not good. I was thinking to myself, how can I cash in on this? That's not good, man. Nazis aren't good. Ugh, this is really scaring me. The Groypers and all that. Like, that is so un-American. It's... You couldn't get more un-American than Nazism. But I have made the argument, Trump is like the perfect image of an American fascist. This rich, wealthy man taking over and deciding that he's the one in charge. If you read the book Foundation by Isaac Asimov, there's a very similar character in there that you at first you root for him, but eventually you start to realize, oh, he's kind of getting he's kind of not doing what I think would be the right thing. He's taking power in an executive authority. It's very interesting. I don't want to spoil it or anything, though. Very good book.
Why is that your Instagram recommendations?
Yeah, that's another good question. Why is this your Instagram, Rex?
Is joke about this, about how wars get announced on my days off. I took a day off yesterday and a war got announced. How does this keep happening?
A World of Warcraft got announced.
Knowing that, let's see what Asmongold's reactions to the bombings in Venezuela are.
Now, do I totally agree with the regime change? I don't know really if I do or not. I mean, I don't have
Well, too fucking bad, buddy. Oh, this aged like milk, bro. Ooh, this aged like milk. Ah. Ow. That is not a good thing to be saying now, huh?
Strong opinion on it one way or another, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not totally against it, though. For only the people can hold their government accountable, right? You know, we can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right? If their economy is built off of basically sending illegal drugs to our country,
he changed that
then it is our problem.
The Venezuelan economy is built on oil. Once again, propaganda takes its toll as Asmon wonders why the military has such a hard time with forces that are seemingly insignificant in comparison.
I always wonder, like, how much of that is like a forced problem and how much of it is that they just let it happen. Because I've always assumed it's like, if we have satellites that can read a license plate, why can't we figure out what these guys are doing?
Most of the technology...
Propaganda. That's just propaganda, brother. I mean, we do have good technology and we can do a lot of things, but we're not God. You know what I mean? We can't slash creative mode and just fucking go look at people. As cool as that would be.
Technology developed for the military is about putting as much distance as possible between yourself and a target while still being able to connect with it. Guerrilla warfare is about closing that distance.
And
yeah, this is what I'm afraid of right now happening in Venezuela, is that there will be guerrilla forces that see this as an absolute critical moment to take over and insert and reassert themselves as the dominant force in Venezuela. That's what I'm afraid of happening right now.
My opinion is that, like with the Vietnam War and with the Iraq War, is that we were not there to win. We were there to continue fueling the military-industrial complex.
My brother, what do you think we're in Venezuela for right now? What complex do you think America really cares about and typically is the reason why people say we invade? I wonder.
I think if we had tried to actually accomplish any one specific goal there, it would have happened extremely fast.
This would require a much longer explanation than I'm equipped to provide here, but basically the problems our military faces in extended conflicts are not limited to what we can or can't blow up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if he starts a war over there, I think that most Americans probably won't really care that much as long as soldiers aren't being sent over there.
I care very much what we've just done in Venezuela. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty fucking pissed off about it. Without our congressional approval, without any fucking approval, he just did that. Yeah, I'm pretty disgusted right now, and I have a feeling a lot of my fellow Americans are pretty upset right now too. I don't know. I feel the rage of America popping up right now. I do. I feel the rage of just, I don't know. I feel something coming for Donald Trump that he is not going to like very much. He's not going to get killed or anything like that, so don't think I'm saying that, but the democracy and freedom of America should never be trounced upon.
If Trump unilaterally and unconstitutionally decides to throw the U.S. military at a country, regardless of whether any soldiers are in immediate danger, people are going to care.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that
I care. Yeah, very much
destabilizes.
so. And now, it kind of sucks because we're never going to know if all these boat vessels are were civilians. What if some weren't? What or were just civilians, or were quote unquote narco terrorists? Yeah, dude. Things are happening that I never would have expected, but that's all right, because we have people coming across the aisle and agreeing, you know, and that's important. That's extremely important.
Trade destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Thankfully, that's the last political story he covers before he gets to the new video game Where Winds Meet. You know, I've never actually seen Asmongold play a video game. I wonder what it's like.
Not eating food is really OP in terms of losing weight.
Listen, I'm not an expert, but I think Asmongold has an
Yeah, you should be eating
disorder.
You're just like those girls? No, I'm not. You just don't eat food. That's easy. It's easy. You just stop eating food. I don't make a big deal out of it. You just do it. There's a lot of foods low in calories. Most people just want the sugar. I love sugar.
Yeah, that's not good, Asmon. You should stop. Cool it with the sugar, brother.
I started.
My question: how do they know of the drugs? Were there a neon sign saying drugs? Well, exactly. That's one problem. But I guess another issue is, what if these are what if a couple of them were fishing boats, dude? Exactly. Like, it's not unheard of. Anyways, I have to get up real quick and grab something, so I'm just gonna let the video play. I can still hear it though.
Eating way more sugar, and everything in my life improved.
And that would be a sign of depression.
Like, in 100 years, there might not be anybody with diabetes anymore. Yeah, it's probably just gonna go away. Story mode, this is for girls, I guess. This is for, I guess, normal people.
Were you even listening?
Shut up, bitch! This bitch is wild. Damn, bitch. This bitch gets mad. You stupid fat bitch.
Please stop calling the child a bitch.
This bitch tries to tell me what to
There are a lot of
do.
strangers in town lately.
Well, I tried.
You guys notice there aren't any fat people in this game? Cocksucker.
So this next topic will be regarding the Christchurch shooting aftermath.
Do you feel like this person was influenced by these people on YouTube?
If you did read this guy's manifesto, this guy was like an extreme like alt-right figure. He wanted to rely on government to literally kick out all Muslims from New Zealand. So he felt that he needed to go to a place and target and kill the most amount of Muslims possible, and he went to a mosque and did it. I do think that like
The Christchurch shooting is just so sad.
hateful rhetoric can lead to hateful acts of violence. I mean, that chain is to establish that is very complicated. You know, people maybe listen to a few jokes in one place, start posting on poll in another place, start getting drafted into more extremist groups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of people that are really good gateways for this. I mean, people have written up so many different types of studies for how you can start watching a Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe
Yeah, this is dangerous, and I don't really think a lot of people. Well, I mean, I understood it, but
Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road.
I think at the beginning of your statement, you did give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without being bladed or, hated for it.
Oh yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that I think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says like, I want to kill all black people, like, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and they actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter, you wouldn't say, well, hold on, like, should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had nowhere to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these horrendously anti-immigrant views in society, right? Mm-hmm.
So
views like Fuentes pushes, for instance, where he seems to be anti-immigrant or anti-person of color or whatever, moving into certain countries where he feels like it violates their Western culture or whatever, however he dog whistles.
How we doing, boys? What's going on? Ready to go again, man. Another fucking day.
All right, let's hear what today's discussion will be.
The big question of the day, did Donald Trump suck Bill Clinton's dick? Yeah, stop 9 wars and you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker. You're a dick sucker. And wouldn't that be crazy for like all of the people
bad joke. I'm just going to say
that hate Donald Trump
right
if he turns out to be the first LGBT president?
Not really. Like, you're basically saying that Trump being proven to have committed sexual acts in connection with Epstein means you get to own the libs. And I don't think that's the priority.
The French president is the same, apparently. Yeah, I heard about that with his husband as well. Candace Owens and a bunch of other people think that she's a man. Well, we don't really know this, right? It's not something I would bet on. Isn't she also a pedo? Yeah, of course. But it was in Europe, and so, like, you know, like, they do.
Yeah, sucking dick doesn't make you gay.
They do things differently over there.
I think that Macron's relationship is weird, to put it mildly. But yesterday...
Yeah, I think Macron's relationship is weird, but I think what
you called Trump a piece of shit for calling out Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew's relationship with Epstein without evidence. So I'd still call this a double standard even before you get to the idea that any conspiracy theory touted by Candace Owens is even remotely plausible.
In 9 wars, you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker, you're a dick sucker. That's right.
Jack Doherty got arrested. If you don't know who that is, he had one viral moment last year when
it just means you did a gay thing. You have to be gay to be gay.
He crashed his McLaren on stream because he decided to go 90 miles an hour in the rain.
What? Whoa! Oh!
But there's one moment here I want to show you about a conversation Asman had with his dad.
And I'm like, are you cooked? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, am I dead? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. Come over, let's find out.
This is what I'm talking about when I say his casual yapping is endearing, and it's something I haven't gotten from any of the other people I've watched. Maybe it's just my experience, but when you're dealing with a sick family, it's not just a constant deluge of sadness. There are the funny, awkward bits in the middle where you can eke out a laugh at the absurdity
and Jack Tony was hanging out with
the process. Yeah. I think this is a good memory for Asman to hold on to. Hassan is back in.
Jack is a gross dude. He has done a lot of
China again.
That kid is back on the escalator again.
Someone asks Hassan about the gay dating apps China banned, which he incredulously calls a Twitter rumor.
I think you just saw that on Twitter. Meanwhile, Twitter. It's all Twitter. Listen, just because you went to China doesn't mean you have to justify everything that China's ever done. You don't have to run PR for them. Feminism is still a dirty word in China. Guys, I already wanted to go. You don't have to keep convincing me.
You could probably tell from day one, but it's pretty clear this isn't just edgy humor. Esmond just doesn't like women. And if you reject that notion, let's finish up here and you'll see. Before he moves on from the subject, Esmond watches a clip of Destiny's reaction to Hassan's trip.
I think he's like Jackson Hinkle territory to me, like worse than Fuentes right now. I cannot believe that you would do a propaganda trip to China and that you would suck off Mao. I think that
Calling worse than Fuentes is so retarded and biased. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to get into it. I mean, I can see why he says that. I can see why people would disagree, right?
Boy, I sure wonder if the implications of his non-comment won't reveal themselves later. This is Hassan's reaction to being gifted a little red book.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
The fact that Hassan's entourage would think the Chinese government would offer him a Bible is just so telling about their understanding of the country.
The red book, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea. Can you imagine if I did that? Like, let's say somebody gifted me a book of like fucking The Art of the Deal or like Mein Kampf and I did that. Oh my God. Like, that would just be, people would be talking about that on the, like, around the whole world. Can you imagine that? Oh!
I'm pretty sure Esmond doesn't intend to make any implications here, but he's making implications here.
Because of the implication.
Now Esmond reacts to the trailer for a new Pokemon game.
Wow. It's Ditto. This is made for people that have an IQ of like 65. And I am so excited to see every dumb e-girl probably playing this game on release.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude,
wow,
he really
it's a
does hate
Squirtle.
women. He just hates women. That is so weird, bro. You need to look into that and touch on that, buddy. Why do you hate women so much?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, why would anyone have Mein Kampf? That's a good question, too.
Oh,
I think that's what he was
Remember what he
comparing
said
it to.
yesterday?
Like, I don't
But
go to the
I still don't
salon,
think that's
and we don't do that. We don't do that to them. You have Pokemon.
He watches the trailer for the new Call of Duty.
What a stupid game. This is tough. You can only choose wisely. Yeah, it's bread. Yeah, if it was regular bread, then it'd be a tougher decision. But yeah, with garlic bread, I mean, come on.
And then he finds out that a games journalist said Expedition 33 isn't an indie game, and so it shouldn't be nominated for an indie award. Esmond proceeds to loop.
It's not a loop. It's a spiral.
Esmond proceeds to spiral.
Which dumb retard idiot said this? Where's the dumb retard idiot that said this?
Asmund's
You idiot.
angry.
You fucking moron.
Which then carries over into anger at the Indie Game Awards in general for being woke.
Oh. The problem is not in their girth, but it is in their taste. Two overweight soy millennial men to go and gas up the Indie Game Awards, and you've got a bunch of nominations here of games that nobody even played. This is bad. I am
being an indie game was a stretch with
so
11
fucking
million
upset,
for
and these retards are sitting here making these award shows
Independent
for
studio,
other retards, and it's making me mad.
So just to make sure I understand, these are people you don't like, promoting games you don't want to play, to an audience you aren't a part of, and for some reason this is deeply offensive.
This is pathetic.
I mean, I agree, but not for the reason you intended.
Blue hair games? Yeah, all woke shit, bro. All annoying, cringe, like millennial slop woke trash. Oh, it's my lizard. Oh, he's on the wall. I tried to catch him the other day. I couldn't get him. He's fast.
And now we're looking at libs of TikTok. Why are we looking at libs of TikTok?
God, libs of fucking TikTok. The worst fucking YouTube, the worst Twitter channel ever.
Literally all Karens. All middle-aged white women.
But don't worry, it's not over yet.
Women are fed up. What is this, for lesbians? Articles like this are written by angry fat women in their 30s. So they can hopefully ruin the marriage prospects, and
No, they're written to get rage clicks.
it's all a massive psyop. None of it is actually real. Okay, yeah, let's look up who wrote it. Let's see if it's a fat middle-aged woman. Let's find out.
More woke games media who don't like AI.
It's because all of these studios and all of these people are totally bought and paid for, and they are pushing an agenda. I cannot wait for the day that I get to announce that this company is being shut down and they're having layoffs. Once these like weird freaks get into your company, they're like a parasite or an infection.
But yeah, he
And
does have this holier than thou complex that is really weird because is it his appeal that he's this normal guy? You know? Why is there even a point of awarding games if it's already very popular? Like, shouldn't be awarding games no one has heard of to get more eyes on them. I agree.
you can't just, remove every infected cell. You have to sever the limb.
Everyone knows once you start using language like parasite to describe someone, your ideology is a winner.
You can't rebuild Ubisoft. The only people who can do it is China, and the Middle East can also do it. It's because there isn't a cultural cost for them simply firing all of the woke people. Same with Japan. Like, Japan just got rid of all Square Enix English team. It's because they're a bunch of woke, weird losers.
I've seen a couple clips.
Hilariously, the director for Final Fantasy XVI said the most unwoke thing possible outside of an actual slur about the game, and it still didn't sell well. Asmon has a message for the people who don't like hearing the R word from their streamers.
It doesn't matter how many fat, annoying, stupid, middle-aged women.
Okay, I think you get the point now. Mexico had protests against the government for supposed connections to drug cartels in their country. It's actually amazing how horseshoe theory is proven in real time.
It's One Piece. It's just like One Piece. Are they taking back their country? I think it's because they think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like, I think that to some degree you probably have to be cordial with them. But I don't really know that. I've never been to Mexico, so like, how am I really supposed to know? I mean, honestly, how can you run Mexico without working with them? I'd probably threaten their life and family. Well, I mean, El Salvador, I mean, the guy over there did it, and, like, as far as I bet they probably tried to threaten him too.
El Salvador suspended basic rights and arrested thousands of people, overcrowding their prisons even with the opening of CCOT. It's also reported that there are hundreds of political prisoners. Since 2022, the state has arrested over 3,300 children, many without justification or connection to gangs. Interviews reveal that the police were given arrest quotas, meaning that this was likely done to pump up their numbers. They've also been held in detention and prisons with adults, exposing them to potential abuse. Which, speaking of, torture and abuse are rampant. And now with the gangs gone, the ones committing crimes are now the police and the military.
I'm the president of Mexico seeking asylum in America. I can't believe he did this. They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing? Look at them go.
Jeez, the right needs to distance themselves. Well, I've been saying for a while, the right needs to distance themselves from this extreme wing, or else there's not going to be a right. There's going to be an authoritarian party and a democracy party. That's kind of how I feel it is already, but for real.
Bro, it's like Helm's Deep. They're bringing in the ladders.
Just when I thought the disparity between his initial reaction to January 6th and this couldn't get any more stark.
Maybe this is like an egomaniac thing for me to say, but I do actually feel like I have some degree of obligation to, whenever something crazy like this is happening in the world, that I do actually like talking about it, because I feel like every mainstream media publication doesn't give a fuck and doesn't care at all.
Your obligation isn't to just talk about something that happens without any proper understanding of what's happening. Your obligation is to accurately inform people if this is what you want to spend time on.
Straight up punched him in the dick.
But I guess that might be too much to ask.
Oh my god! They beat him with bolt cutters? Oh, they are! They're beating him to death! To be fair, they're just pushing him around right now. But whenever I see a crash out happening in a country like Mexico, that to me is very different than an American crash out. Because American crash outs are people who are angry because the election didn't go their way. In these other countries, people are angry because the election didn't go.
I think he's talking about No Kings as opposed to, January 6th. But either way, he's incorrect because Claudia Sheinbaum won with stupidly large margins, beating her closest opponents by nearly 2 times the votes in an election that no one has called illegitimate. So the people he's watching are, in fact, rioting because the election didn't go their way.
Like, if you don't have a way to democratically be able to voice your frustrations and vent your frustrations, then the only option is violence.
But sometimes you just simply lose the Democratic vote. To be fair, our democracy probably plays a role in their lack of democracy. I think that you're right, and I think that Americans do need to spend less time intervening in other countries' affairs.
It's horseshoes.
Interesting. Interesting, Asman.
All the way down.
This is what January 6th was meant to be. Yeah, I do think this is funny whenever you look at this and you compare it to January 6th, you know? It's like, oh, wow. Yeah, January 6th was so horrible.
Yeah, it was
sure,
horrible,
guys.
you piece of
Most
shit.
reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace.
Most Mexicans ask Trump for military help.
They do not. A little less than half would support U.S. military assistance specifically if it came with government approval.
I don't think we really should intervene militarily with Mexico, but I do think that there's a degree of American best interest, some degree of aid or something like that we could give them. It'll be better for us too.
A patriot, by the way, serving our representatives.
Because like there are two ways that you can stop people from coming to your country, right? One other way to stop them from coming over is to make it so they don't want to. It's like if they don't even want to, problem solved.
You have just made the argument for USAID.
Bro, well, somebody, I think somebody was left disabled from it. And I think somebody wasn't. Yeah, I think it put somebody in a coma for the rest of their life.
They're going to kill her? The cartel members, I mean, am I really going to feel bad for that? The cartel members kill people all the time. They think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like, proof that she's a cartel asset, though? Proof? No. Evidence? Yes. I don't know. Like, but there's no actual proof.
He doesn't know that Claudia Sheinbaum is corrupt. He doesn't know who organized this protest. He doesn't know what the actual goals of the protest are, but it's good because it's in the direction of what he needs to validate supporting Trump's policies. Asman thinks the protest isn't being covered by American media because it would convey that Mexicans aren't able to assimilate to American culture, and Sheinbaum is unpopular despite opposing Trump.
In order to push the narrative that there is like a parity between American culture and Mexican culture in the way that people from Mexico are going to come to America and seamlessly integrate with the culture.
Has called it a movement financed by right-wing politicians and business.
You're jumping the shark. You're jumping the shark. It's so obvious that's not true.
Asmongold might dismiss that claim out of hand, but let's actually dig into it. Apologies for any mispronunciations of any names. Claudia Sheinbaum said that the protests against her at that moment were a coordinated right-wing effort stoked by online botting, billionaires, and members of the opposing party in an effort to undermine her legitimacy with the populace. So, were there billionaires? Yes, there were. Ricardo Salinas Pliego, a Mexican billionaire who owes the government $4 billion, was one of the initial instigators of the protest on social media, sharing a message from a Mexican influencer, Carlos Bello, who had not previously delved into politics, denouncing the administration. Those calls were amplified until a protest was announced and simultaneously promoted by 179 TikTok accounts and 359 Facebook groups. And on November 1st, after the murder of Mayor Carlos Manzo, every group shifted from a general demand for change to supporting his memory. Were there members of the opposing party? Yes, there were. Vicente Fox, former president of Mexico, the guy who during Trump's first term said they weren't going to build the fucking wall, supported the protests. Here he is wearing a one-piece shirt. Very Gen Z. Were there bots?
He really fucking
yes, there
hates
were.
right-wingers being called right-wingers. What's his deal? Why is he so annoying?
Javier Negre, the founder of La
I'm honestly probably going to end the stream here soon because I'm kind of getting a little tired myself, but we'll pick it back up tomorrow. Because tomorrow's Sunday and there shouldn't be too much news happening, although I don't know with this Maduro, but it's so far an amazing video, and I'm gonna link it in chat for you guys so that you guys can go watch it yourselves. But we'll be picking it up tomorrow just because I am kind of getting tired, and I think I have work tomorrow. I don't know. I have to call. I didn't take a picture of my what's it called, the schedule. Oh no, that's all right, I'll just call them up. By the way, shorts are coming back, baby. They're coming back in full force with my face, and I'm even hoping to have a little box in there. We've got a lot of exciting things happening, but I think that's gonna do it. Well, I'm gonna check the news just real quick to see if there's anything super crazy happening. But oh yeah, new phone. Yes, sir. PBS NewsHour, which we'll watch tomorrow. or News Weekend. But besides that, it's all about, I guess Memdani reacted. We'll watch that tomorrow too. Anyways, guys, which model? The Galaxy 5, I believe it was. I haven't activated it yet, so we'll see. But it's a good model. It's a good model. And I got it for a good price, so you will be seeing my face here soon. Here, actually, I'll tell you it right now. I'll tell you what it is. Galaxy A16 5G. There we go. Nice. Anyways, guys, I do have to get out of here. Get ready for whatever awaits me tomorrow. But we'll pick this back up tomorrow because I really am enjoying this video. Again, go check out Conduit. He's an amazing character in the TGDEU. Much like Kalinda, Mina, Spider, they're all part of it. But if you guys enjoyed the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. Again, it really helps out the channel. We did a special long episode today, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that. And we've got exciting things happening, so make sure to stay tuned, and I'll get the music going, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Is this a good song to end on? Yeah, I recommend the Galaxy A series for good value phones. Yeah, I'm actually really excited to finally be getting a good phone to use. It's been a while since I had a good phone. There we go. Is there anyone I can raid right now? I don't think so. Night all. Hey, good seeing you by the way, Timmy. I'll make sure to, next community day, we're definitely making you a character. Don't you worry. I was about to go to bed myself. Hey, perfect timing. Goodbye. Have a great night, all. You guys are all amazing gamers, and I'm so glad to have you in my community.